Hello, everybody, and welcome to another edition of Klamath Falls Falcons baseball on 104.3 960 Sports and on mybasin.com. The Falcons back in action with some league play today at Culver Field in Talent, Oregon, as the Falcons on the road to take on the Phoenix Cascade Legion baseball team. My name is Josh Eldridge. Walter Hartley will be back with us here shortly as we look to improve your viewing experience today on mybasin.com with another center field camera look. So as we work on all that, plus get ready for starting lineups, first pitch is just around the corner. We're going to step aside for 2 minutes, and then it's time for Falcons baseball today on 104.3 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Are you an enthusiastic sports fan? Want to have fun and get in on the action?
Heck, yes. That'd be awesome.
Have great attention to detail? Want to stay active?
Definitely.
Want to give back to the student athletes in your community?
Obviously, yes.
Then you'd make an excellent high school sports official. We need more officials in Oregon, because with no high school officials, there are no high school sports. Sign up today at highschoolofficials.com.
So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place that feels as good as home. And then I heard your voice. I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
What are your goals? To get stronger, move better, feel healthier? Whatever you are aiming for, Harbor Isles is here to help you. They have brand new cardio and strength equipment. Harbor Isles offers indoor tennis courts, 4 indoor pickleball courts, energizing group classes, expert personal trainers, and a friendly, knowledgeable staff ready to guide you every step of the way. No matter what your goals are, Harbor Isles has everything you need to reach those goals. Stop by and see the difference for yourself. Harbor Isles, lose those reins and get your gains.
Josh Eldridge back with you here on 104.3 960 Sports and mybasin.com as we get ready for a little American Legion baseball today. We come to you live from Culver Fields in Talent, Oregon, as the Falcons take on the Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club. Let's go ahead and introduce you to the starting lineups today, and we'll begin with our visitors today, the Klamath Falls Falcons, who are in their new red uniforms today as Carson Sims gets ready to lead things off. He's followed in the order by Colin Takini, the starting pitcher today. Jacoby Takini bats second. Jacoby Takini bats third. He's catching today. Ian Meyer, the first baseman, bats cleanup, followed by Corbin Hamilton, the left fielder, batting fifth. Hitting sixth is P.J. Safford, the third baseman. Trustin Thomas is in right field, batting seventh. Hitting eighth is Ty Teeters at second base. Harley Hoblitz in left field, batting ninth. And there is your starting lineup today for the Falcons. The starting pitcher today is Maruk Morris. Carson Sims swings at the first pitch he sees, sends a ground ball through into left field, and a single for the Falcons to lead off the ball game. And a good start for Carson Sims, trying to break himself out of a little slump that started maybe towards the end of the prep season and has continued here into the summer, but wanting to break out of that, and a leadoff single is a good way to do it. So Sims is on board to start the ball game, and it brings up Colin Takini as we bring back up your Elevate Physical Therapy, Fitness, and Performance scoreboard. Colin Takini ready to step in. The first pitch to Colin is going to miss low and a touch outside. The count is 1-0. Maruk Morris from Phoenix High School getting the start today for the Cascade, or the Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club. It's wearing purple today, gray pants, the Cascade Christian logo there on their hat and on their jersey, and primarily wearing Cascade Christian Challenger colors today, although their official designation, the Phoenix Cascade team. I asked for an official mascot before the game. He said, well, we don't really have one. We're mostly made up of Cascade Christian kids and a couple Phoenix kids mixed in there as well. The pitch is a chopper towards the left side of the infield. Charging in is Phillips. Up with it. The throw on to first is going to be in time. And the first out is made, and it brings up Jacoby Takini. Sims does advance to second, by the way, on the ground out. So one gone in the inning, and it brings up Jacoby Takini. Takini settling in here now. We take a look at what he did the Falcons last time out, a couple of wins against Eagle Point. That was back on Thursday at the yard at Eagle Point as Takini takes a strike there. He falls behind 0-1. In the opener, Takini 0 for 4, but in the nightcap 1 for 3, had a couple of RBIs in that nightcap performance for Jacoby. Here he bats with a runner in scoring position and just one away. The pitch is in the dirt, and the catcher, Tucker Mabin, is going to knock that one down and able to keep Sims at second rather than advancing to third on that pitch in the dirt. Ian Meyer is due up next for the Falcons. It's the first of a doubleheader today from Culver Fields. And an early start today, too, which I'm not mad at. I do like to play under the lights back at home, but when we go out on the road, I tend to like to play early because that means you get to go back home early, too. As the pitch in the dirt this time gets away from Mabin, and it's going to allow a Sims to advance to third on that pass ball, or I suppose wild pitch out of the hands of Maruk Morris. And so now runner 90 feet away from scoring with just one out, and Jacoby Takini ahead in this count of 2 balls and a strike. Morris looking in, gets the sign in from Mabin. And the pitch is swung on and missed. Now there's 2 strikes on Takini. Takini hits one into the air, right field. Going back is Geeg. He makes the catch. Sims tagging from third. He will score, and an RBI for Jacoby Takini. The Klamath Falls Falcons are on the board. There's 2 outs in the inning. Base is empty for Ian Meyer.
Hey, can you move it down a little bit? Yes, please.
Meyer stepping in now. He's been great to start the season so far for the Falcons. Meyer yesterday in the opener, 1 for 3, no RBIs there. Oh, pardon me, that was the nightcap. In the opener, as he takes a strike here, Meyer 2 for 4 in that contest and had an RBI there as well. As he takes strike 1, the count is 0-1.
Okay, just to the right, just a hair, just a smidge. Oh, it's too far. Somewhere in the middle.
Count is 0-2 to Meyer. Base is empty. The pitch, a curveball, line drive, center field, and it drops down in front of Patron. Meyer with a 2-out knock.
Go to the left just a little bit more. I think so. Looks good.
So Meyer with a 2-out single brings up Corbin Hamilton. Let's go ahead and see if we can't bring you into that center field view angle. There we go. All right, Corbin Hamilton, you get the first at-bat here of the center field view angle. We've got, I think, Patron, the center fielder, in the view angle as well, but we like this. Move down to second to get Meyer, and the ball runs away and allows Meyer to get in safely. So Corbin Hamilton awaiting the first pitch for him. He's ahead here 1-0. And at second is Ian Meyer. And Morris is set. The pitch to Hamilton is going to drift away outside. 2-0 the count there. Got to give a shout out before he gets on the mic to Walter Hartley for setting up that center field camera. Also, Rob Sims of our radio stations here. They kind of tag teamed that guy right up against first pitch here. So pretty cool we're able to see it. You can also see us behind home plate. Our tablecloth right there behind Hamilton as he swings and fouls that one back. The count is 2-1 to Corbin Hamilton. After Hamilton in the order is P.J. Safford, Trustin Thomas in the hole. Again, there's 2 outs in the inning. Already 1 run home here for the Falcons on the sacrifice fly and the RBI from Jacoby Tacchini. Meyer leads off a second as Morris looks back in as we get ready for a 2-1 pitch on the way to Corbin Hamilton. Morris set, checks on the runner at second, and now motions home. That pitch misses low and in the dirt outside, 3-1 the count. Sims led off this inning with a single, advanced to second on the ground out. Advanced to third on a wild pitch and again scored on that sacrifice fly. Meyer with a single with 2 outs, stole second base. Now Hamilton with an RBI opportunity and a 3-1 count. Here's the pitch. Hamilton watches that one get called a strike on the outer third, maybe about letter high to Hamilton there. And the count is full now, 3-2.
Back to your point about Meyer stealing second. That's exactly how they played so well against North Jackson last game, is they were able to keep the singles going and steal third.
And the aggression on the base paths works out in their favor. The 3-2 misses wide. Hamilton works a walk. And so now 2 men on with 2 men out for P.J. Safford. Let you slide in here.
All right. Here we go.
Now we're locked in. Would you say?
I'd say.
Okay. All right, here is P.J. Safford after the 2-out single plus the walk. Puts Meyer again in scoring position. Hamilton on first, and here's Safford. Pitch on the way to P.J. First pitch swinging over the head of the second baseman and down into right field. Meyer gets the green light to score, and he does. Advancing to third on the base hit was Corbin Hamilton, and another run in here for the Falcons. They now lead 2-0. The RBI goes to P.J. Safford, and it brings up Trustin Thomas.
Just what the doctor ordered there for the Falcons.
Yeah, good piece of hitting for P.J. First pitch swinging. It was a fastball up and away. And he hit it right where he was supposed to, too. Just poke it over the head of the second baseman on that outside pitch. It was a fastball. He jumped all over it. And a good piece of hitting there for P.J. Safford. Credit him with the RBI. Now here's Trustin Thomas. First pitch on the way to Thomas. He pops that one up. Looks like it's going to wind up out of play, foul. You know, Thomas from Alturas, member for the Modoc Braves, but he's staying in town for a lot of this season. I heard the other night he was over at P.J. Safford's house, and Thomas himself had been trying to work himself out of a hitting slump coming into that game against Eagle Point. Witten had dinner at the Saffords. I heard they cooked up some carne asada in there for him.
Hey.
What does he do the next game? Bases clearing triple. So I think there's got to be something to be said about the carne asada prepared by Mike Safford. Got PJ trying to get himself caught in a rundown to allow a run to score, but
there's 2 outs though.
Right, but the Phoenix Cascade team there wisely allowing him just to take second, because if he had got himself caught in a rundown, Hamilton was going to try and score. So now 2 men in scoring position for Trustin Thomas. Like I said, he hit the ball well with runners in scoring position against Eagle Point in the opener in that one. 2 for 3, 3 RBIs. He had a triple. This time he lifts one sky high to the right side. Playable in the infield for Nelson, but he lost it in the sun. Nowhere to go, and it lands behind him. Both runs score, and advancing to second is Trustin Thomas as Hamilton touches home and Safford comes in from second. Nelson went back and just lost it in the sun. And where it is from our broadcast point behind home plate, just over our left shoulder, but that's going to be tough for these guys today as the sun, with it being only 2 o'clock, still fairly high in the sky, not at any particular angle. And so...
Well, there being 2 outs really worked to their advantage there, because they tell you if there's contact, you run.
Right, exactly.
And so they were able to score that because it dropped.
Yeah, Safford took off from second, never stopped, and was able to come in and score. Here's Ty Teeters, 8th batter to hit this inning. The Falcons lead 4-0. Pitch in from Maruk Morris. Teeters nearly chased upstairs, but he lays off, and the count is 1-0. Be curious with the sun impacting that play at second. I think that'd be ruled a base hit, although I just want to make certain, so we'll check in with our official scorer here in just a moment. But Teeters ahead 1-0. A ground ball sent out towards the right side. Nelson is unable to play it cleanly. Rounding third, headed home is Trustin Thomas, and he's in. Aggressive base running on a ground ball in the infield, scores Thomas, and it's now 5-0 Falcons. So it goes in as a double for Trustin Thomas, 2, not an error there. And they're going to score Teeters' ground ball, an error. But a run does come in and score, so he gets the RBI for his effort. By the way, Trustin Thomas, a 2 RBI double. And again, the score 5-0 Falcons. Here's Harley Hoblet, the 9th batter to hit this inning for the Falcons. As that one misses outside, the count's 1-0.
A little bit of a 2-out rally happening for the Falcons.
Yeah, it was leadoff single for Sims. Tacchini, both Tacchinis were out, but then Meyer with a 2-out single. Corbin Hamilton walked, back-to-back base hits for Safford and Thomas, and then most recently the error from Teeters. Back pick attempt to Teeters at first, but he's back safely. The pitch missed high and tight. The count's 2-0. Harley Hoblet back against Eagle Point was 1 for 1, but he scored 3 runs. He walked twice in the opener against North Jackson, and then in the nightcap was used mostly as a runner, and he did score a run as a courtesy runner in that game. The pitch home gets away from the catcher, and it allows Ty Teeters to advance into scoring position, still with 2 outs in the inning, and a 3-0 count to Harley Hoblet. Carson Sims due up next. Decent lead off a second for Teeters, although not too aggressive. Already a sizable lead for the Falcons in just the first inning today. First again of 2, a doubleheader from Culver Fields here in Talent. Set up is Morris, and the pitch home to Hoblet. That's a good pitch, let her high over the heart of the plate. And Morris uses it to get across a strike. Something of note today for the Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club. They've only got 10 guys in uniform today, so it's a thin lineup. Brody Alleen is the only guy who is not in the official starting lineup today, so something to keep track of today for this team. It's when you start to play a thin line like that, it makes it tough for the coaching to some of those decisions that the Falcons have the luxury of having, 6, 7 guys in their dugout at all times. Boy, that gust of wind really kicked up some dirt as the pitch misses outside, and it's a walk to Harley Hoblet.
Yeah, you could see the dust kicking back at us.
Yeah, that was real pleasant.
On that view.
Oh, boy. You all right?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, so now back to the top with Carson Sims, who's 1 for 1 in the ball game, singled and came in to score earlier. Sims readying for the pitch from Morris, and the offering is taken for a strike. Catches the outside part of the plate. Sims falls behind here, 0-1. Aboard at second is Ty Teeters. Harley Hoblet on at first. Top of the first inning between the Falcons and the Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club. Here's the offering home to Sims. That one nearly hit him, had to duck out of the way of it. And the count is even now, a ball and a strike to Carson.
Good reaction time from Carson to be able to duck out of that.
Yeah, that one was coming straight for his head. I don't think, obviously, not intentional from Morris, but just kind of looked like a breaking ball that slipped out of his hand. So now Sims going to be looking for a fastball here in a 1-1 count. We'll see if he finds it. That one is an off-speed pitch, misses away. Count is 2-1. The deeper Sims gets into this at-bat, more he can be selective about which pitch he wants to see, especially with only 1 strike on him. Settles back in against Morris. Kicks and delivers. That one is the fastball. Sims rips it into left field for a base hit. Teeters is going to have the brakes slammed on him. A good throw in from left field from Dorner keeps the bases loaded. Sims is now 2 for 2 on the day, and it brings up Colin Tacchini. Ty Teeters to third. Harley Hoblet to second. Again, Sims aboard at first after the single. And it brings up Colin Takini. He's 0 for 1 today. Colin grounded out in the first inning. He had exited the game against North Jackson County with a little bit of a hamstring ailment. I talked to him before the game today. He said he doesn't quite know what it is, but he's just dealing with it. Doesn't say it's bothering him too bad, although I did notice when he walked down to first after grounding out, I don't think he was running as hard as he typically would. So maybe favoring it a little bit, taking it easy so that way he can get out there and pitch today because he is the team's starting pitcher this afternoon. And this is going to prompt Coach to come on out, have a chat with not only his pitcher but also the infield here for the Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club. It allows us to remind you today's broadcast on mybasin.com is presented in part by Geno's on East Main Street, serving up their famous breakfast burritos at 6:30 every morning. Those are served all day long, along with other menu items like burgers, monthly specials, and Italian favorites. You can order online at ilovegenos.com or have it brought to you on DoorDash.
You know, if there is a silver lining to this at-bat, it's that there's 2 outs, the base is loaded. The pitcher really cannot afford to walk Takini here. So Takini's going to be looking for some in the zone, hopefully get a hit off of him.
Yeah, he's going to be able to camp on a pitch, look for one to hit that he likes in one spot, try to drive it. You're exactly right about that. With the bases loaded, you're assuming he's going to get something to hit here. Morris has walked a couple of guys this half inning. Walked Corbin Hamilton and he walked Hoblet, who still stands out there in scoring position. But it looks like we're ready to go. Maruk Morris, see if he's settled back in as he faces Colin Takini with 2 outs and the bases loaded. His team down by 5. Here's the pitch. It is taken for a strike. Might have dialed back the velocity a little bit there to get a strike across. Count is 0-1. Digging back in is Takini. Pitch on the way. That one is going to miss low. 2-1 the count to Colin Takini. Jacoby Takini is on deck. Games 3 and 4 of a 10-game road trip today for the Klamath Falls Falcons. They started off on the right foot earlier in the week. Hoping for more today as that pitch misses downstairs. Count is 3-1. After today, the Falcons have tomorrow off before hitting the road on Monday. They are taking on the Grants Pass Cavemen. On Tuesday, they move on up the I-5 corridor. They'll be playing Philomath and then Eugene, and then a doubleheader against a team out of Salem before coming back down to Roseburg. This pitch on the way to Takini, misses wide. Colin works a walk, and a run scores. It's 6-0 Falcons as Teeters touches home. Hoblet advances to third. Sims now at second after the walk. Give Colin Takini an RBI. Real hard work for him there. We'll see if we get a courtesy runner out there for him. Did he wave him off? Oh, there he is. He's still out there on base.
I don't know. Colin seems fast enough to be able to run the bases.
Well, certainly so. I just thought with him dealing with a little bit of a hamstring and him being the pitcher, they might run for him. But suppose not. He's still out there at first. And here's Jacoby Takini. He's without an official at-bat today, although he did have a sacrifice fly in the first inning. He was the second out of the inning, and now he's the 13th guy to bat. Here's the pitch. He rips that one into straightaway center field. Going back is Patron. He's able to make the catch, though, and finally put an end to the bleeding this inning for the Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club. The Falcons score 6 in the inning, and they leave the bases loaded. But a good cushion here for Colin Takini in the bottom of the first inning. Back after this on mybasin.com.
Over the last year, you've heard and seen the advertisement for God's Gifts 2, a local photographer who travels to high school sporting events and takes individual and team action photos at a great price. Something you may not know, though, is that the money from God's Gifts Photography supports 6 children in Kenya who Annalisa has met on mission trips. If you'd like to capture your athlete in action and help support these kids, call 541-281-2206. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook.
Looking for insurance from someone who truly understands rural Klamath? Meet Gabby Haskins, a licensed agent for Country Financial, born and raised in Merrill with deep roots in agriculture and the local way of life. Whether you're protecting your family farm, homes, vehicles, businesses, Gabby's here to help. She offers trusted, personalized insurance for farm, life, home, auto, commercial, and retirement needs at Gary Sheen's Country Financial office in Merrill. Stop by today and see why Merrill residents trust one of their own. Country Financial, here to help you experience more in Merrill.
Josh Eldridge and Walter Hartley back with you today for Klamath Falls Falcons baseball as we get ready for the bottom of the first inning. As Colin Takini wraps up his warm-up tosses, he'll be going up against a Phoenix Cascade order that goes like this. Leading off for them, Connor Cunningham, the shortstop. Luca Patron is in center field, batting second. Following him in the order is Chris Phillips, the third baseman. Andy Alvarez is at first base, hitting cleanup. Tucker Mabin, the catcher, bats fifth. Maruk Morris, the pitcher, batting sixth, followed by Brody Dorner in left field, hitting seventh. Batting eighth is number 88, Theo Hodgson, and Weston Nelson is the the second baseman, and he bats ninth today for the Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club. Again, Colin Takini is getting the start today. We'll give you a statistical outlook on Colin Takini, making his fourth appearance of the summer and his third start of the year. He's got a 2-0 record. He's allowed 9 hits, 1 run, 15 strikeouts, and an ERA of .81 in 11 innings of work so far this season. And so getting the start today, again, you'll go up against Connor Cunningham, Luca Patron, and Chris Phillips at the top of this order.
You know, dandy seems like a word to me that would have been used back in the olden days of baseball.
Yeah.
But if I have to attribute a definition to that word, it'd be these new jerseys.
Okay.
For these Falcons. They look dandy.
I like it. I'm waiting to see the white uniforms. When I talked to Coach Teeters back on Thursday, he told me he got 3 sets. Blues, which we saw then, reds, which are out today, and whites, which I'm imagining we're going to wait until we return home on June 28th or sometime thereafter, but I love the white look. Those, Walter, will be dandy. First pitch from Colin Takini, a swinging strike one to Connor Cunningham, and that's how we get started in the bottom of the first inning. Pitch on the way to Cunningham. Looked like the off-speed stuff missed outside from Colin Takini. Jacoby Takini, of course, the other half of the Falcons battery, and we'll give you the starting defense here in just a moment. The pitch on the way to Connor Cunningham, and a 1-1 count is swung on and missed. Count is 1-2, and Takini trying to start things out with a strikeout against Connor Cunningham. The right-hander digs back in. Chokes up a bit. The pitch from Takini. Curveball got him looking. Started inside, but it leaked back over the plate, and Cunningham goes down on strikes for the first out in the first inning. Around the diamond for the Falcons, P.J. Safford plays third. Carson Sims at shortstop. Ty Teeters at second base, and Ian Meyer at first. In the outfield, it's Corbin Hamilton patrolling left, Harley Hoblet in center, and Trustin Thomas in right. All right. Digging in now, the number 2 hitter, center fielder for Phoenix Cascade, it's Luca Patron. Pitch on the way, misses upstairs. Takini able to get some velocity going on that fastball. Again, be curious to see how Colin works today, how long he works today, dealing with that hamstring. It looks like he's changed his motion a little bit. Less of a leg step there, but he's still able to get that velocity going and have a good amount of break on his slider and curveball. So if he can locate his pitches well, I think he'll still have success, even if his leg's bothering him a bit. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Luca Patron. That one misses up. 3-0 the count.
Boy, those pitches sure do jump out of his hand. He looks so loose out there on the mound, but when he lets go, it just seems like it jumps, you know?
Yeah.
Lots of velocity.
Doesn't look like he has to try very hard to get a lot of velocity.
Yeah.
Pitch swung on and missed. Takini dials back the velocity, maybe a touch there to ensure he gets over a strike. Count is 3-1 to Patron. Chris Phillips is due up next for the Phoenix Cascade team. Pitch in. Swung on and missed. Nice pitch there from Takini. And after falling behind 3-0, gets a couple of swinging strikes to run the count full against Luca Patron. Takini steps, kicks, and delivers the pitch. It's swung on and missed. A great at-bat there for Colin to work back against the strikeout. And it brings up Chris Phillips with 2 gone in the inning. Andy Alvarez is on deck for Phoenix Cascade if Phillips is able to find his way aboard here. Phillips, one of the more experienced players on this team. Here's the offering on the way from Takini. Nice curveball. That's called a strike. Started in near the letters, broke down to his knees, but still across in the zone to Phillips. Count is 0-1. Phillips, if I'm not mistaken, was a 3 or 4 year varsity player for Phoenix. Here's a chopper to the left side. It winds up foul. This coaching staff made up of, and the players made up of people from Phoenix High School and Cascade Christian High School. Most of them from Cascade Christian, although there are a couple Phoenix Pirates in this lineup that I saw during the prep season doing a lot of Henley games. In fact, I believe the entire top of the order, Cunningham, Patron, Phillips, they're all Phoenix kids. Andy Alvarez and Tucker Mabin as well from Cascade Christian. Pitch in. Curveball, waved at and missed. Takini got him with the bender. 3 up, 3 down in the bottom of the first inning for Phoenix Cascade, and the Falcons lead 6-0 as we head to the second on 104.3 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
The Klamath Basin is beautiful, from shimmering Klamath Lake to rich farmlands to the historic downtown. And with an average of over 300 days of sunshine every year, the Klamath Basin is a great place to be. We here at Basin Media Active have been supporting this community for many years, keeping it entertained and informed with friendly faces and familiar voices. You can stay up to date with the latest news, weather, stream live local sports, and check out our community calendar, all on our website, mybasin.com. And you can download our app for free in your app store right now. Basin Media Active, local, community, engaged.
Josh Eldridge and Walter Hartley back with you, getting ready for the top of the second inning from Culver Fields in Talent, Oregon, the site of today's American Legion doubleheader between the Klamath Falls Falcons and the Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club. Again, our score 6-0. Due up this half for the Falcons is the middle of the Falcons order: Ian Meyer, Corbin Hamilton, and P.J. Safford.
You know, we were talking about this on the way over, but it's really interesting, the different rivalries in this game. You have Phoenix and Henley, and then also you mentioned some of the smaller schools.
Yeah, well, I mean, we talked about this team that's made up of Phoenix and Cascade Christian kids. So, yeah, obviously for the Phoenix kids, they're getting to play against Henley and Mazama KU guys in the Falcons side as Ian Meyer waits the first pitch here. Morris kicks and delivers. Meyer, one hopper past Cunningham and into left field. And Meyer aboard with a base hit brings up Corbin Hamilton. But to your point, Walter, the other rivalry for the Cascade Christian kids is really only one to pick from, but that's the guy who's starting against them, Colin Takini. Cascade Christian and Lakeview share the 3A Southern Oregon Conference. Cascade Christian won that league this year, and Lakeview finished runner-up in that league. Move over to first to check on Ian Meyer over there. Cascade Christian, for their part, made the 3A quarterfinal. They would wind up losing to the eventual state champions South Umpqua Lancers. Pitch is going to miss low, maybe a touch inside against Corbin Hamilton. And the count is 1-0 to Corb. P.J. Safford is on deck.
Hamilton is the only player that I have seen have his bat on his shoulder while the pitcher is coming set.
Yeah, he is really relaxed in the right-handed batter's box.
Well, my point is that they'll tell you not to do that as a kid, but it seems like he's good enough that he doesn't really have to play by those rules.
Well, I think the reason why they tell you not to do it is because what you'll see Corbin do is as he's about to swing, he brings his hands up, and then he has a big leg kick to get into a typical stance. It's just this is what's comfortable for him as he waits for the pitch, but you can see him kind of cock his hands back, and that's where where they want you to do it. That's why when you're teaching little kids, it's easier to have them just start with their hands there and bring them to the ball rather than what Hamilton does, which is a lot of motion in his leg kick and his swing. But if it works for him,
it definitely works for him.
It definitely does. Here's the pitch. Curveball misses up. What do you got for the count? 2-2?
2-2.
All right. Hamilton walked, came around to score in the first inning, part of a 6-run first inning for the Falcons. Pitch on the way to Korb. Curveball swung on and missed. Might have been the slider from Morris anyway. Either way, first out in the inning brings up P.J. Safford. P.J. at the plate this season. We'll give you a look at him. He's batting .222 to start the year, although hasn't had a ton of at-bats yet. He did have an RBI single and a run scored earlier today. That would have been RBI number 2 on the season. They've mostly used him at a pitching capacity this year, which, not a surprise he's being used as a pitcher. Thought he might get a few more ABs in there. As the first pitch, Myers on the move. The throw down from Maben is going to be a little bit short. Myers in safely at second. Runner in scoring position here for P.J. Safford. And for P.J., like I said, they've primarily used him as a pitcher this season. His last outing was back on Thursday against North Jackson. 1 innings pitched and a strikeout. I believe he only faced 4 batters. No, he only faced 3 batters. Got a double play. That's right. Struck out in a double play to get himself out of that 1 inning. Meyer, an aggressive lead off of second. Here's the pitch to Safford. That one's going to miss wide. And the count to P.J. is 2-0. After Safford in the order, it's Trustin Thomas.
You know, we see a lot of people stealing second, or a lot of players, I guess, for the Falcons steal second. Why don't we see a lot of players steal third?
Just a shorter throw for the catcher, more of a chance of getting caught. Pitch in, misses up. Safford way ahead here. You also don't want to make an out at third, because in second base, you're still technically in scoring position. Third base doesn't help you all that much. I mean, it's nice, but relying on a base hit either way to score you typically. Safford takes a strike there, counts full, 3-2. I think the Falcons might have seen maybe a weakness trying to exploit Maben's arm behind the dish, too. It's a lot harder for catcher to make that throw to second than it is to third. Safford working ahead here. 3-1. That one is going to miss low. And Safford earns a walk. And Meyer stays put at second, and it brings up Trustin Thomas. Thomas doubled in 2 runs his last time up, also scored. Had himself a nice couple of ball games here. I think I'll still give some credit to the carne asada from the Safford household. I'm waiting for a sample myself, but
what are they feeding PJ, man? Get me some of that.
Some hopefully carne asada. I can't take my mind off it.
Oh boy.
Trustin Thomas digging in here wide in the box. The pitch is a curveball. Thomas lifts it into the air to the right side. Nelson going to have to battle the sun. And this time he does so successfully. Tucks that one away for the second out of the inning. And it brings up Ty Teeters. Teeters reached on an error, knocked in a run his first time up. As Morris gets ready to come set. 2 men on, 2 men out. First pitch to Teeters, misses upstairs, counts 1-0. After Ty in the order, it is Harley Hoblet, the number 9 hitter. Pretty sizable lead for Meyer off a second. The shortstop playing to his left as Teeters bounces one to the right side of the infield. Nelson charging, but it's going to wind up hitting the base runner. Safford tried to get out of it, but it was a chopper that wound up cutting him down anyway, so he's out, and that'll end the inning. The Falcons get a base hit, and they leave one stranded. They do carry a 6-run lead to the bottom of the second inning next on 104.3 960 Sports and mybasin.com. I got a
What are your goals? To get stronger, move better, feel healthier? Whatever you are aiming for, Harbor Isles is here to help you. They have brand new cardio and strength equipment. Harbor Isles offers indoor tennis courts, 4 indoor pickleball courts, energizing group classes, expert personal trainers, and a friendly, knowledgeable staff ready to guide you every step of the way. No matter what your goals are, Harbor Isles has everything you need to reach those goals. Stop by and see the difference for yourself. Harbor Isles, lose those reins and get your gains.
Are you an enthusiastic sports fan? Want to have fun and get in on the action?
Heck, yes. That'd be awesome.
Have great attention to detail? Want to stay active?
Definitely.
Want to give back to the student athletes in your community?
Obviously, yes.
Then you'd make an excellent high school sports official. We need more officials in Oregon, because with no high school officials, there are no high school sports. Sign up today at highschoolofficials.com.
Welcome back to Falcons baseball out here at Phoenix High School. Next 3 up to bat for the Falcons are going to be number 7, the second baseman Ty Teeters, number 15, the center fielder Harley Hoblet, and back to the top of the order, number 3, the shortstop Carson Sims.
We've got Cascade Phoenix up here, partner.
Oh.
I was waiting to figure out how to score that. That's why I wasn't here. So it's a single for Ty Teeters to end that last inning, and then Safford was out on the base runner's interference. So as we go back to the Cascade Phoenix side, middle of their order, Andy Alvarez, Tucker Mabin, and Maruk Morris do up this half. Pitch is hit to the left side, foul. So Andy Alvarez, batting here from the right side, tall guy, first baseman, multi-sport athlete for Cascade Christian. As Colin Tacchini ready to throw. Here's the pitch. Bouncer will wind up foul. Looked like it fouled off his foot maybe. And there's 2 strikes here on Andy Alvarez. Tacchini was able to strike out the side in the bottom half of the first inning. He's already got 2 strikes on the 4th guy here. Pitch on the way from Colin. Steps and delivers. Curveball, bouncer to the left side. Safford up with it on 2 hops. Throw across the diamond in time. And there's 1 out in the second. Brings up Tucker Mabin, starting catcher today for Phoenix Cascade. Goes to Cascade Christian High School. Dad Nate Mabin, the athletic director there. He was a longtime coach of the Medford Mustangs. Probably your cousin probably played for him when he played over in Medford in 2015-16. Was that when your cousin played over there?
Yeah, he probably played for him at Cascade too.
Pitch in, fouled straight back, 0-1. Yeah, Tucker Mabin's been a member of the varsity team since he was a freshman. I believe he just wrapped up his sophomore campaign for Cascade Christian School. Pitch on the way from Colin Tacchini after the 0-1. 2-seam fastball misses up and away, 1-1. After Tucker Mabin in the order, Maruk Morris, the pitcher, due up next for Phoenix Cascade. The pitch is going to miss down and in. Tacchini tried to go at the bender inside, but the left-handed hitting Mabin not biting at it, and he works ahead here, 2-1. Colin out of the windup. Here's the pitch. That one is rolled over to the right side. It banks off of Teeter's glove and into right field. And a base runner here for the Phoenix Cascade Legion baseball team brings up Maruk Morris.
You could hear him in the dugout saying, hip, hip, hooray.
Was that what they were saying?
That was what they were saying.
I like a good hip, hip, hooray. We were talking about old-time baseball stuff.
Yeah.
That's that right there.
That was all fine and dandy. Hip, hip, hooray.
All right, so going to charge that an error, allowing Mabin to reach first there, E4 in the book, and it brings up Maruk Morris.
So Cascade Christian still has not had a hit.
Right, yeah, their only base runner so far stands at first, and it's Mabin on the error. For the season, Phoenix Cascade 1-3 on the year. Their most recent games were against South Medford back on Thursday the 11th, so over a week ago since this team was last in action, as that pitch is called a strike. Aside from that, they also split a pair of games, league games, against the North Medford Mavericks. That was back on June 10th. A win in their opener, 14-1. A loss in their opener, 14-1. Phoenix won the nightcap of that one, 13-8, as Maruk Morris hit by the pitch, and it brings up Brody Dorner.
Looks like it just got away from Colin there. Just slipped out of his hand.
So 2 men on and 1 man out for Brody Dorner. Hard to tell too much about this Phoenix Cascade team, I'll be honest. Don't have a full schedule uploaded anywhere. Their roster was incomplete and their stats are incomplete too. So trying my best to piece it together from some of these kids that I know. I believe Dorner, member of Cascade Christian High School. I'll confirm that for you here in just a moment, as the first pitch coming to him from Colin Takini is going to be taken for strike. So Brady Dorner, not Brody Dorner, it's Brady Dorner, and he just wrapped up his junior season for the Challengers. He'll be a senior next season for Cascade Christian School. An RBI opportunity here against Colin Takini, but he swings over the top of it, and the count is 0-2. Due up next, after Dorner, is Theo Hodgden. Colin, set, takes a look at the runner at second, Mabin, before delivering home. Curveball, got him looking. Takini's so dangerous with that inside curveball. Starts in near the shoulder of a right-handed hitter and just breaks across the plate. He used it a couple of times in the first inning, and he uses it here to secure the second out in the second inning. And this brings up Theo Hodgden. Hodgden getting the start as the designated hitter today. Theo just wrapped up his sophomore season with the Phoenix Pirates. Pitch on the way to Hodgden. That one's going to miss upstairs. Try to backpick the runner at first. Takini got him, and Morris leaning after he was hit by a pitch, and that'll get the Falcons out of the inning. 1 runner left for Phoenix Cascade in the bottom of the second inning. It's a 6-0 ball game. Back after this on 104.3 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
There's something special about this place. It's more than the quiet mornings and the open skies. It's more than the scenery. It's the people. Around here, people still wave when you pass by. They check in when something's wrong. They show up when it matters. At Sage Credit Union, we're proud to live and work in a region that believes in each other. A place where neighbors lend a hand, small businesses thrive, and generosity runs deep. We believe that being part of a community means giving back to it, not just with dollars, but with time, effort, and heart. That's why our employees earn paid volunteer time. That's why you'll see us at food drives, fundraisers, and the local fair. We show up for our community. This isn't just where we work. This is where we live, where we give, and where we grow. Right here, in the coffee shop, at the fundraiser, and in our local branch. At Sage Credit Union, we've found our people. We'll see you around town.
Getting set now for the top of the third inning from Culver Field in Talent, as we have got an American Legion doubleheader today. The Klamath Falls Falcons leading the Phoenix Talent American Legion baseball team, Phoenix Cascade American Legion baseball team, a score of 6-0. Harley Hoblet, Carson Sims, Colin Takini due up this half. That's 9-1-2 for the Falcons. As there you see on your screen, Coach Sean Teeters making his way over to third base coaching box. He is assisted this season by Joe Takini, Craig Connor, Pete Whistler, Drew Rabel, and Caleb Keelan. Maruk Morris, by the way, for his part, wrapped up his sophomore season for Phoenix. Former Klamath Union Pelican, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's why his name is familiar, yeah.
Yeah, played his freshman year for them and then moved over here and playing with Phoenix, and he gets set to go against Harley Hoblet. First pitch to Harley, misses upstairs, 1-0. Hoblet walked his first time up. That was in the first inning. Made it all the way to third before being left stranded with the bases loaded in that frame. In the second, the Falcons left one. And they did not score any runs, one base hit in that inning.
PJ and Maruk had played on the same team then.
Yeah, Maruk did play his freshman season on varsity. And Hoblet lifts one into the air, left center field gap. Moving over is the center fielder, Patron, and he makes a running catch. Had to go quite a long way to bring that one in for the first out. Back to the top of the order now for Carson Sims.
Well, I don't recall KU having a JV team.
Well, I know they didn't this past year. I don't know about 2 years ago when Maruk would have been in the program, but I know that last year they didn't, and I don't think they did the year before. The Klamath Union baseball program as a whole is going to need to hopefully acquire quite a few freshmen because they lost quite a few seniors this last year. I suppose that's neither here nor there, though, as Carson Sims takes a pitch upstairs. The count is 1-0. Sims 2 for 2 in the ball game today. Both of his at-bats were back in the first inning. He singled and scored his first time up. He singled and was left stranded at second base his second time up. As Sims waves and misses at that pitch, the count is 1-1. Sims just wrapped up his junior season for the Henley Hornets as they made another trip to the semifinal this year. Pitch is on the way home to Sims. Watches that one miss wide. Counts 2-1. I believe this is Carson's second year with the Falcons as well. Was a member of the Northwest Class A Regional runner-up a season ago for Klamath Falls as he takes a pitch low. Good eye there for Carson. 3-1 the count. After Carson in the order is Colin Takini. He's a fourth-year Falcon in the on-deck circle. Pitch in. Sims pops that one up. Right side of the infield, Nelson, a second baseman, another chance, but he loses it again, and in fact, the right fielder, Geeg, was running in, just barely dropped in front of him. Gosh, that is a tough play for those guys on the right side of the infield to make, and it goes in as a base hit for Carson Sims. He's 3 for 3 today, and it brings up Colin Takini. Takini is 0 for 1 today, although he does have an RBI when he walked in the first inning. He walked with the bases loaded, scoring a run. Otherwise, he grounded out in the first inning. Pitch coming up to Colin. That one misses low and in the dirt. Not enough for Sims to advance, though, so he stays put at first. We'll take a look at the statistical outlook here for Colin Takini on the season, batting .476. For the Falcons, second on the team in hits, first in extra base hits. He's got 4 extra base hits this season. 3 of them have been doubles. He's also got 1 triple, and he leads the group with 11 RBIs and 11 runs scored. Off to a good start. He tried to backpick Sims at first, but he's back safely. The count is 2 balls and a strike to Colin Takini. The pitch is, I believe, going to miss outside. Counts 3-1. After Colin in the order, it's Jacoby Takini on deck. Set on the mound is Morris. He steps and delivers. That two-seamer misses inside. Not a bad pitch from Morris to try to jam up Colin there, get him to chase, but I thought that was ball 4, but maybe now the count 3-1?
I thought it was ball 4 as well.
That's all right. Morris tries again. Takini fouls that one back. Count should be full now, 3-2 to Colin Takini.
That's what the scoreboard has as well.
Colin hasn't worked as many walks as some of his teammates. Only 4 of those this year, but like I said, he's swung the bat well, which if I was a hitter, I'd much rather swing the bat well than collect walks. Here's the pitch to Colin Takini. He watches that one miss low. Borderline pitch goes the way of the Falcons. Sims advances into scoring position, and it brings up Jacoby Takini. Not a bad pitch by Maruk Morris at all with a full count. A borderline take there for Colin, and he works his second walk of the day, bringing up Jacoby Takini.
Yeah, with 2 strikes, I might have swung at that.
Let me tell you, I was definitely swinging at that pitch. So, here we go. I think we're going to have a courtesy runner come in for Colin Takini.
Who's that?
What number do we got there? It's kind of hard to tell with the shadows. Do our best to find out.
I heard someone say Harley from the crowd.
No, that's not. Harley's in the lineup.
He's in the lineup, yeah.
Okay, 14. Perfect. Got some new numbers in here. So I believe that's Chase Barrett is 14. No, that's Hayden Poor, 14, running the bases there. So welcome to the ball game, courtesy runner, Hayden Poor. Be curious if he winds up staying in the game to pitch, too. That could be a very real possibility. But regardless, right now, Poor is aborted first. Aborted second is Sims. And Jacoby Tacchini awaiting the first pitch. He rips that one hard, deep to left field. Dorner going back near the track, makes the catch for the out. A loud second out to this inning off the bat of Jacoby Tacchini brings up Ian Meyer.
Well, that's something that makes hitting so hard, is that if you are if you are skilled enough to even make contact, you still have to avoid it being caught by all of the fielders.
Yeah, I mean, that ball was well struck. Dorner had to run a long way. I think the wind blowing in might have killed that one a little bit. The wind's blowing pretty much straight in from left center field, so not going to see too many get out of here today, I don't think.
Let's see Guapo.
Whew. That's even tougher. Here's the first pitch to Ian Meyer. Called a strike as Morris gets that one over. The count is 0-1. The score is 6-0. Klamath Falls leading Phoenix Cascade. All their 6 runs came in the first inning. They've got an opportunity here at Moore with 2 men on, and Ian Meyer at the plate. Meyer's 2 for 2 in the ball game so far today. The pitcher steps off, thought about throwing back to Sims at second, but no one was home to receive the ball, and so Sims able to stay out there. Meyer on the season, the team's leading hitter so far, a scorching .640, now 8 games into the year. Pitch to Meyer. Hit into the air, right side, out of play in foul territory towards the Falcons' bus back there. Count is, I believe, 0-2 here to Ian Meyer. After Ian in the order, if he gets a chance, it's Corbin Hamilton. I want to give a quick shout to our umpire today, home plate umpire working with us in the broadcast crew today, our umpiring crew from the Rogue Valley Umpires Association. Pitch on the way to Ian Meyer. Curveball misses up. Meyer sticks around for another. Counts 1-2. If you want to become an athletic official today, whether it's baseball, softball, football, volleyball, soccer, basketball, whatever it might be, they'll hook you up with the right association if you go to osaa.org/officials. Pitch to Meyer. Sends one deep to left center field. That one is caught in the gap by Dorner. Back-to-back nice plays by the Phoenix Cascade left fielder to end the inning. The Falcons get a couple men on, but they leave them both stranded. It's a 6-0 ball game as we go to the bottom of the third on 104.3 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
At Geno's on East Main Street, we're always ready for sports season.
And now is a perfect time to connect with us.
We're open every morning at 6:30, serving simply good food
for your breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
We offer breakfast burritos and burgers all day, Italian family recipes,
monthly specials, amazing desserts, and of course, your choice of cold or hot beverages.
Call 884-6474 right now to place a food order for pickup or use DoorDash delivery.
Or best of all, come dine in with us.
Geno's on East Main, simply good food.
Check out our full menu and all our activities at ilovegenos.com. Geno's on East Main, simply good food.
Theo Hodgson, Weston Nelson, and Connor Cunningham do up this half inning for the Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club. That's 8-9-1 in the order. Theo Hodgson got to see a couple of pitches from Colin Tacchini before the end of the last half inning when Jacoby Tacchini picked off Maruk Morris from first base from behind home plate to end the second inning. Phoenix Cascade still looking to get their first run on the board, still looking for their first hit against Colin Tacchini, who, by the way, re-entered. He was courtesy ran for by Hayden Poor, who you'll often see pitch for the Falcons, and so thought that maybe they'd just insert Poor into the ball game, but nope, Takini is back out there ready to work this third inning. And here's the first pitch to Theo Hodgson. It's a roller to first base. Meyer going to take his time, going to take it to the bag himself, and one pitch and one gone in the third inning brings up Weston Nelson. Nelson, the number 9 hitter in this Phoenix Cascade order, getting his first crack at Colin Takini today. Nelson, trying to find some details on him here. I don't see him on the roster or the JV roster for Cascade Christian, so my best educated guess would be that he is going into his freshman year in the fall, just wrapped up middle school. Here's the pitch from Colin Takini. It is fouled back, and the count is even, 1-1. I could be wrong about that, but again, when I'm not able to locate him on Phoenix or the Challengers roster, that's just where my mind goes. Here's the pitch. Called a strike, 1-2. No, pardon me. I did just spot him. Nelson just wrapped up his freshman season for Phoenix High School. Had to dig for it, but I just found him on that roster. So he's going to be a sophomore next year. The pitch, curveball, hit into the air, shallow left field. And that one is put away by Carson Sims. And there's 2 outs in the inning, bringing up Connor Cunningham. Connor Cunningham getting ready to step in now. He's 0 for 1 today. Struck out back in the first inning. Top of the order, looking to get something started here for Phoenix Cascade. New to the league this year, Phoenix Cascade. They did put together a team kind of late in the summer last year. Pitch on the way from Colin Takini. Curveball lifted into the air. Middle of the infield. I'll put a pin in that for now as Sims puts that one away for the third out. And the Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club down in order in their third inning. Falcons lead headed to the fourth neck. 6-0 our score on mybasin.com.
Come on in. Hey, I'm Jason with Elevate Physical Therapy, Fitness, and Performance, and just a little bit about us. So we started in March of 2020, opened right before COVID hit. It's been a wild ride. So one of the things I'm super passionate about is this idea of being guides or think about like a map and compass. If you think about our job as physical therapists is to take a person who's had an injury and help them kind of go from point A to point B. And everybody's journey is different. It's never a straight line. It's nice to have someone that's been there, that's walked that path before many times. And so we see it as our honor and privilege to be able to walk with patients through those little steps along the way of getting back to doing the things they love. So to get a hold of us at Elevate, you can call our number at 541-887-2030. Check out our website, elevateptfp.com. Or check us out on Instagram, shoot us a message.
Top of the fourth inning as we get things going. Let's go ahead and check the line score for these teams as we get set for this half inning of baseball. The Klamath Falls Falcons leading the Phoenix Cascade American Legion baseball team a score of 6-0. For the Falcons, 6 runs comes on 8 hits. They've committed 1 error. For Phoenix Cascade, no runs, no hits, and 1 error. Due up this half inning for the Falcons, Corbin Hamilton, P.J. Safford, and Trustin Thomas. That's 5, 6, and 7 in the Falcons' order. Hamilton 0 for 1 in the ball game so far today. He walked and scored in the first inning. He also struck out in the second. Got to give some credit to Maruk Morris here, who after the first inning, who gave up 6 runs and 5 hits and a couple walks, has locked in the second and third innings. He hasn't allowed anything to come across here for the Falcons. He's looking to keep rolling along. First pitch to Hamilton. Swung on and missed, 0-1. He did allow a base hit and a walk in each of the second and third innings. But again, no runs came across. And so it's okay if you let a couple guys on. Key is to not let him get over and get in. And so far, Morris was able to do it. Here's a bouncer right back to him. And he's going to toss it on to first for the out. 1-3 in the book and 1 gone in the fourth inning brings up P.J. Safford.
You know, we were talking a little bit earlier, and we mentioned that the Falcons and not the Falcons, is it the KU team or is it the Falcons? Like a team from Klamath Falls has a rivalry with the Phoenix team.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I would certainly say that the Phoenix, well, the thing is that in the Skyline Conference, the rivalries aren't so much, I think, between the Basin teams like they are in some of the other sports like basketball and football. You know, think of the big rivalry of the Canal Bowl, obviously, or like when Henley plays Mazama in football, it's a big deal. But in baseball, just the way it's been these last, decade plus, Henley's just kind of ran the table in the Skyline Conference, so their main rivals come in the form of Hidden Valley and Phoenix. And, certainly not great feelings, I think, during the prep season between those rival schools. As that pitch to Safford is poked the opposite way into right field and caught by Geeg. 2 outs in the 4th inning.
Anyways, my point was that the former teammates, Maruk Morris and PJ Safford, they both played on KU together.
Yeah.
And now Maruk Morris is playing on the same team as a lot of Phoenix players who were the rivals to their old team.
Yeah, that is kind of a tough transition. I think Maruk Morris goes to Phoenix High School, and so playing on that team in the Skyline Conference. Here's Trustin Thomas stepping in. First pitch swinging for Thomas. Ground ball to third. Eats up Phillips and over his head into left field. And a 2-out base runner for the Falcons brings up Ty Teeters. Thomas reaches for the second time today. And Teeters has already reached twice today on an error in the first inning and on a single in the second. Thomas, by the way, they're going to score that as single there for Trustin as it kind of took a bad hop over the head of Phillips. And so there you get the single for him. Thomas 2 for 3 on the day after that single. Move over to first to try to get Thomas. He breaks for second, and he's going to take second. Speedy play there for Trustin Thomas. I don't think that's quite how you draw it up, but you'll take it. A runner in a scoring position here for Ty Teeters. I think they were going to have Trustin go on the pitch, but first motion he took off, paid off for him. And I think even he's out there standing at second base saying, "Coach, my bad, but I'm safe." At least I don't have to tell you any closer than from second to third, not on a walk back to the dugout. So Thomas into scoring position, and it's a pitch to Ty Teeters. It misses upstairs. I believe that was the first pitch to him. Counts 1-0. After Ty in the order, it's Harley Hoblet. Ty Teeters singled in the second inning. Had an RBI back in the first for the season for Teeters. He's batting .538, 7 for his first 13 at-bats this season. And he watches one dip below the zone there. Count is 2-0 to Ty Teeters. Has carved out a pretty nice role, getting a chance here at second base. He's pitched a little bit for the Falcons. He's only made one pitching appearance so far this year. Would expect to see him more as the season goes along. But kind of slots into that fifth or sixth guy on the depth chart on the pitcher's mound. Here's a line drive into center field. He can do it with the stick, though. Teeters with a single, and they're waving in Thomas. He is going to score on the RBI from Ty. Now trying to stretch it into a two-bagger on the throw, and he does. So a single, he advances on the throw, he gets an RBI, and the Falcons lead 7-0.
The Hornets have scored all their runs with 2 outs this game.
That's true, yeah. Even back in the first inning, Takini, his flyout was the second out in that inning, allowing Sims to score after that second out was recorded. So, yeah, good call there. A little 2-out rally action here for the Falcons today. Brings up Harley Hoblet. See if he can continue it. Set on the hill is Morris. And the offering home to Hoblet is looked at for a strike. About knee-high on the outside part of the plate. Thought it might have dipped a little bit low for Hoblet, but he'll have to dig back in here. He's 0 for 1 today. He did walk in the first inning before flying out to lead off the third. Now bats with 2 gone here in the fourth. Morris set. And the pitch. Curveball misses outside and a touch. Oh, they called that a strike. Thought that one might have been low as well, but Hoblet falls behind 0-2. Good pitch there from Morris.
Yeah, I can see that he's kind of trying to emulate the tunneling effect. He went with the fastball low and outside, and then with the curveball, he tried to go low and outside and get him swinging, but he got the strike call anyways.
Hoblet pokes this one into right field. That's going to drop down in front of the right fielder Geek for a base hit. Teeters is not going to come in and score. And Hoblet advancing to second on the throw. Good aggressive base run in that time for the Falcons. Puts two men in scoring position for Carson Sims. Teeters got about halfway down the line before Coach Teeters decided to put the brakes on him. Not a bad idea because Geek, that was a good throw in from right field. So two men in scoring position for Carson Sims, who's 3 for 3 today. Sims singled and scored in the first. He had another single in the first inning, was left stranded. And he singled and was stranded in the third inning as well. Seeing that average climb back up to where Sims is a bit more comfortable. Now he's 8 for 28 to start the season, up probably above 250. Pitch. Called a strike on the outer third, 0-1 to Carson. If he's able to find a way on base and continue on rolling for the Falcons with 2 outs in the fourth, it's Colin Tacchini due up next. 7-0 our score here in the fourth inning. Pitch on the way from Sims. Line drive, first base, caught by Alvarez. Hit an atom ball to the first baseman to end the inning. But the Falcons do score 1 on the RBI single from Ty Teeters. They leave a pair stranded, and they lead 7-0. Go to the bottom half of the fourth inning on 104.3, 960 Sports, and mybasin.com.
So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place that feels as good as home. And then I heard your voice, I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
Getting set now for the bottom half of the fourth inning. Luca Patron, Chris Phillips, Andy Alvarez due up here against Colin Tacchini, throwing well for the Falcons as they lead 7-0 in Game 1 of a doubleheader today from Culver Fields in Talent, Oregon. It is the home of the Phoenix Pirates during the prep season. One thing new, or I don't know if it's new to the summer or new to the season, when the Henley Hornets played Phoenix on the road during the prep season, the game was rained out of here, and we wound up moving over to Field 9 at Lithia and Driveway Fields to play the game. So I haven't been here to Culver Fields in over a year, and as we get set for Luca Patron's at-bat, the first offering from Colin Tacchini is popped up foul, counts 0-1 to Patron, who's 0 for 1 in the ballgame. They used to have grass grown in the base paths here at Culver Fields, kind of like it was at North Jackson the other day. But they've cut them out, and I think it's a classic look. I think it's the way to go, but I like that they've made that improvement as the 0-1 pitch is called a strike to Luca Patron. Standard foul territory here. I don't think it necessarily favors the pitcher or the hitter. If anything, the pitcher. There's quite a bit of room, but pitch on the way from Tacchini. Swung on and missed, and Patron goes down on strikes for the second time today, and it brings up Chris Phillips. Dimensions here a little bit more shallow than Kiger Stadium in straightaway center field and down the line. 320 down either line here at Culver Fields. 383 to straightaway center instead of what we've got at home, which is 385 to straightaway center. The pitch in is a curveball, which is called a strike. Started up and out of the zone against Phillips, broke into the zone. Nice offering there from Tacchini, and Phillips falls behind 0-1. He's 0 for 1 in the contest today with a strikeout in the first inning. Same pitch, same spot, different result. I think this one might have missed inside. Counts a ball and a strike. Not a bad offering there from Tacchini, even if that curveball missed in against the righty Phillips. The pitch is swung on and missed, elevates the fastball that time to get Phillips to swing underneath it. And there's 2 strikes on the Phoenix Cascade third baseman. Chris Phillips just wrapped up his high school season and his high school career for the Phoenix Pirates. I believe he played all 4 years at the varsity level. And Phillips, one of, I believe, 2 seniors are on this Phoenix Cascade team. Here's the 2-strike offering against from Takini. It misses just outside. Not a bad pitch to try to get Phillips to chase. But Colin will have to come back again here. The count's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
We talk about the Henley Hornet Field being the most beautiful field in the Skyline Conference, at least in terms of the backdrop. How do you feel about this field? What do you rank this? Second?
It is nice. Honestly, well, I guess in terms of the view, I would probably say 3. I would put this at 3 for view and quality of the field, I think. I think Henley is tops for both. The field quality kept by Marvin Rosser. Got to give him any credit I can. Hold that thought for just a second. Here's the pitch to Phillips. Curveball, line drive, left field. It is over the head of Sims and down for a single. And a 1-out base knock for Phillips. First hit of the day for Phoenix Cascade, and it brings up Andy Alvarez. So going back to that thought, I think the view from Henley, seeing Stuckel Mountain in the background is beautiful. The field itself is fantastic. But I think when you get to second, it changes. I think the second best view in the Cascade Conference is Hidden Valley. I think when you see the Rogue Valley, the hills stay a little bit more green than golden like they are here a little bit. A lot more trees on the hills rather than just the grass. I think it's wonderful. I think best kept field. I'm going to eliminate Hidden Valley from the running because their field is turf. Move over to first. Back safely is Phillips. You know what? With the improvements that they've made at Mazama High School over the last couple years, I think I'd have to go that route. Mazama, from where it is now to where it was a couple of years ago, it is night and day. It was an unplayable sandlot 3 years ago. And, anyone would tell you that much. And now it's a legitimate baseball diamond. They've rebuilt the backstop there. They've brought in some bleachers. It looks fantastic. So I think I'd go with Mazama there on that one. Pitch is fouled off. And for Alvarez, there's 2 strikes on him. And it brings, Tucker Maben is on deck for the Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club.
So is KU out of the running because they play at Kiger?
Well, Kiger's great, but, it's hard for me to pick that because I have so many feelings about Kiger Stadium, Walter. So many feelings.
What about the grandstands?
That's what I'm saying. Like the grandstands and the vibe of Kiger Stadium is undefeated in the entire state, period. But I think the playing surface at Henley is better. And I think the view at Henley is probably better than Kiger Stadium, but the vibes are immaculate. There's no taking away from that. Such an old wooden stadium. I'd rather play there than any other place in the entire state, I think.
Yeah, it's a better experience for the fans.
Pitch on the way to Andy Alvarez. And it's fouled back. 2 strikes stay on him, 0-2. That's why we try to bring it back to life with the Falcons being able to play there. We've had 120-plus fans. I think we had 200 fans there on the first night of the season. Our next home game is June 28th, a single 9-inning game against a squad out of Roseburg. Hope we can get another couple hundred fans in for that one, too. Move over to first. Back safely is Chris Phillips.
Bring back the gems, man.
Oh, we like the Falcons playing there. I think you could have like an independent league team, maybe like a West Coast League team, come in and have success. As Alvarez lifts the inside pitch high to left field. Corbin Hamilton makes the catch. And there's 2 outs in the inning. I think the trouble you run into with having teams share a ballpark like this, and we actually had to deal with it here where we are now in Jackson County with the Medford Mustangs playing at Harry and David Field like they did for a long time. And then the Medford Rogues wanted to come in and play at Harry and David Field and pretty much took it away from the Mustangs. And while I think having an independent league team would be great in Klamath Falls, if you revive the Gems in some capacity, it does leave in question where the Falcons would play. And selfishly, I like playing at Kiger Stadium.
Okay.
Pitch on the way to Tucker Maben is fouled back. And I think if you ask some folks who were kind of involved in the local baseball scene when the Gems were around in this last stint that they had, and the Falcons played too, it was kind of a fight for Kiger Stadium every night that both of these teams had home games. So it's not something that we're strangers to. The pitch is fouled back. 2 strikes on Tucker Maben.
Ooh, barely missed a car on that one.
Yeah, that's why I parked where we did, far away from the field.
I'm sure you've got plenty of experience in that.
You know, this is year number 7 calling Legion baseball. I've never had a ball connect with the windshield.
Wow.
It's pretty lucky because at Henley I park pretty darn close to the field. In Grants Pass I park pretty close to that field too. So lucky for me, my windshield has stayed mostly in one piece.
Didn't Oregon Tech also used to play at
They did up
Tiger?
until a couple years ago, yeah. Now they play at Steen Sports Park.
I remember going to a game out there when my cousin was playing there.
Pitch on the way to Maben, swung on and missed, and Takini strikes out a pair in the 4th, leaves a runner stranded at first, and keeps a 7-0 lead intact as we go to the 5th next on 104.3 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Over the last year, you've heard and seen the advertisement for God's Gifts 2, a local photographer who travels to high school sporting events and takes individual and team action photos at a great price. Something you may not know, though, is that the money from God's Gifts Photography supports 6 children in Kenya who Annalisa has met on mission trips. If you'd like to capture your athlete in action and help support these kids, call 541-281-2206. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook.
Looking for insurance from someone who truly understands rural Klamath? Meet Gabby Haskins, a licensed agent for Country Financial, born and raised in Merrill, with deep roots in agriculture and the local way of life. Whether you're protecting your family farm, homes, vehicles, businesses, Gabby's here to help. She offers trusted, personalized insurance for farm, life, home, auto, commercial, and retirement needs at Gary Sheen's Country Financial office in Merrill. Stop by today and see why Merrill residents trust one of their own. Country Financial, here to help you experience more in Merrill.
Let's see. We might have some changes here in the top of the 5th inning. Let's find out. Okay. Okay, thank you. So Theo Hodgson on the mound, taking over for Maruk Morris. He will stay into the game. Hodgson had been the team's designated hitter, and so that would mean Nelson has been taken out of the game, and they moved around some defensive positions. We'll try to get them for you here in just a second. We got to locate where Morris is. I think he moved out to right field, but I won't speculate too hard and confuse everybody. What I can tell you for sure is that Theo Hodgson is on the mound, and due up this half inning for the Falcons is Colin Takini, Jacoby Takini, and Ian Meyer as the Falcons lead a score of 7-0. So we've got Morris has moved over to right field, and it looks like they've brought in as well Brody Alling to play second. Is what it seems to me. So there's your changes. Maben catching, Phillips at third, Cunningham at short, Alling at second, Alvarez still at first, Dorner in left, Patron in center, and Morris in right for the Cascade Phoenix Legion Baseball Club.
Is it a big trend to dye your hair on a baseball team? Because not only our team, I've seen other teams do this as well.
You know, is it a trend? I don't know. Is it a statement? Absolutely. I know that it was for the guys that were a member of the Henley Hornets. It was like a team bonding thing they did to get ready for the playoffs. It was their team captain's idea, and so they all dyed their hair blonde, and that was what they decided to do, I guess. I think a couple of the Falcons guys decided to follow suit once they joined the team in the summer. Pitch to Colin goes away. But I don't know if you talk to baseball players, I don't know if anything is a trend. It's just superstition, what they decide to do. Baseball players are superstitious creatures, that's for sure.
Not just a little stitious.
They're superstitious.
Superstitious.
100%. Takini takes a strike there. The count's 3-1. Takini is 0 for 1 today, although he does have an RBI. He's walked twice and grounded out once. Pitch to Colin. Called a strike, 3-2.
So you were a baseball player once. Have you carried that with you throughout your career?
Superstitions?
Yes.
Probably, although it's hard to think about it exactly. The pitch to Colin Takini is rolled over to the left side. When I played, it was a lot more. From the type of socks I wore to the under. Like I like to wear stirrups a lot, especially when I was catching. Tightened up my batting gloves as tight as they could go, but I don't think I had any real superstitions. That pitch rings up Colin Takini, up and away, strike 3 called, and it brings up Jacoby Takini. I think what bat you used. I can remember when I was right before I entered high school baseball, I had my season, probably the worst season I played was my 8th grade year playing baseball. And I was slumping real bad until I used the coach's kid's bat just to try to switch up the bat. And I hit a triple, which was a lot for me because, Walter, I'm not particularly fast. So I made it all the way to third base. I used that kid's bat for the rest of the season.
It's like an inside the park home run.
Yeah, probably everyone else probably would have lapped me on the team. Here's the pitch to Takini, swings over the top of it, a strike against him. Count is 1-1. But yeah, I used his bat for the rest of the season, hit a couple more base hits, and I believe I made an all-star team that year when I was in 8th grade. So it was all due to the bat. And then he wasn't on my team during the all-star team. So I don't even really remember if I hit particularly well then. It probably had to do with the bat. I'll be honest, Walter. It's all in the stick.
Is that why they're so expensive?
Yeah, I honestly couldn't tell you why they're so darn expensive. That's I don't set the market for baseball bats. Count is 2-1 to Jacoby Takini. He watches that one get called a strike. Count even to the Falcons catcher. He's 0 for 2 tonight. And he does have an RBI on a sacrifice fly back in the first inning. He's also flown out 2 more times since then. 2-strike offering to Takini. Line drive, right field, and down for a single. Jacoby on base with 1 out in the 5th. And it brings up Ian Meyer, looking to stay hot up there. Looks like we're going to get a runner in for Takini. Believe that's number 20, Max Rogers. So Rogers aboard. And here's Ian Meyer. 2 for 3 today. He singled in the first and the second and flew out in the third. We are in the top half of the 5th inning of a 7-0 ball game. The Falcons lead. First pitch to Meyer misses up. After Meyer in the order, it's Corbin Hamilton. Meyer, 640 hitter to start the season. Couple of extra base hits, 10 RBIs. He leads the team in runs scored with 13. Pitch is waved at and missed as Theo Hodgson went with the heater over the middle of the plate. Meyer, I think he had it timed well, just swung underneath of it. And the count is 1-1 to Ian Meyer. Hodgson gets the sign in from Tucker Mabin. Now the pitch is a checked swing on a pitch that misses upstairs. Meyer held up in time, and he works ahead against Hodgson.
I was worried about it being a little bit warm today, but actually I'm kind of cold in the shade.
Yeah, we've got a nice little broadcast spot. This Snack Shack overhang from right behind us has provided some shade. Sun is going to be setting off to our left side, so might start to get a little bit of sun here, but I don't think too bad. It's a nice one.
Should have brought the space heater.
Okay. It is 82 degrees out here, Walter.
I don't
need
cold.
a heater. Okay. Well, that makes one of us. There's 2 strikes on Meyer. And Hodgson comes set. Here's the pitch. Curveball misses up. Might have been the slider. Didn't look like it had too much up-down movement, but slid a little bit away from the righty. I don't think Hodgson finished that pitch, and he knows as much. He tapped his chest, acknowledging that Maybe it wasn't his best effort, but he's back on the rubber. Going to try it again here. The count's full to Ian Meyer. 1 out, runner aboard at first. Runner's on the move. The pitch misses up, and 2 on, 1 out for Corbin Hamilton.
Did you have a post-game order?
How do you mean?
Like some people have traditions. Like after a home game, you'll like go out to a certain restaurant or go to the gas station and get some snacks afterwards or something.
Is that what you take me for? A guy who goes to the gas station?
Every game.
Yeah,
every game.
We do that before every game. Here's the pitch to Corbin Hamilton. It misses low and away, 1-0. For me, I usually just liked to grab a hot dog from the concession stand. I keep it easy. My parents didn't like when I put mustard and ketchup on a hot dog in my white uniforms, but I didn't care too much, frankly. Pitch on the way to Corbin Hamilton, misses upstairs. Count, I believe, is 2-0 to Corbin. 2 men on. Rogers at second, Meyer aboard at first. 1 out. Top of the 5th inning, a 7-0 ball game. The Falcons lead. What about you? You played basketball, played a little baseball.
Yeah, played tennis.
There you go. So what if everyone's supposed to have some kind of post-game meal? Hold that thought. They try to backpick Rogers at second and airmail it into center field. And both men are going to advance. Rogers to third and Meyer to second. Now a RBI opportunity for Corbin Hamilton with 1 out in the 5th.
Yeah, definite hitters count with 3-0. But you asked me what my order is?
I mean, did you have something that you did after every game? Was it a necessity for you?
No.
All right.
There was no post game to set.
Well, then I don't need your judgment for a hot dog. The way you looked at me was like I had 2 heads.
A hot dog.
The 3-0 to Hamilton is called a strike, 3-1. A hot dog is baseball food, Walter.
Yeah, for the fans.
I'm a fan of baseball. I just happen to play it also.
Oh man, that'd make me sick.
3-1 is going to miss upstairs. Hamilton walks. Bases loaded here for P.J. Safford. And I'm glad Safford is batting here because this is where I was going to go with this story. I personally would have hot dogs after games, okay? Not in between a doubleheader. But I will say that on Thursday, when I walked downstairs to grab a water between games of a doubleheader, I saw a man walking out with 2 hot dogs, and he's in the right-handed batter's box right now between games. Here's the pitch on the way to P.J. Safford. It's going to miss inside. Count is 1-0.
Hey, big dogs got to eat.
Yeah, well, see if you can knock in some RBIs here, too. See if those hot dogs fueled the RBI hitting power. Hodgson working out of the windup. The pitch is going to miss low, 2-0.
No, sometimes we go to Hirasol's after tennis matches.
It's a good choice.
Yeah. Well, my sister and I played tennis at the same time on the same team, so afterwards we'd go and do something sometimes.
Working out of the windup again. Here's Hodgson against Safford in a 2-0 count. That one is bounced back up the middle. Looking to turn 2. The throw to short for 1, and they get them both. A 1-6-3 double play to get the Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club out of the top of the 5th inning. But it's still 7-0 as we go to the bottom half next on mybasin.com.
When your care feels complicated, you need someone who won't back away. At Heartfelt, they are known for taking on the cases others won't. Complex, high-risk, and deeply personal situations that deserve real attention. They specialize in minimally invasive procedures, helping you heal faster and get back to your life, your family, your work. And they are here for the long term, not just one visit. No referrals needed, just care that truly shows up for you. Visit heartfeltobgyn.com or call 541-205-6890. Heartfelt OBGYN. Expert care when it matters most.
At Pacific Power, we can't predict the future, but we're preparing for every possibility. With more extreme weather year-round, we're investing in an energy system ready for what comes next. By strengthening the grid, using smart infrastructure, and drawing from our diverse energy resources, we're not just powering today. We're designing an energy system that's built to weather tomorrow. Energy that makes powering your greatness possible.
It's the bottom of the 5th inning. It'll be Maruk Morris, Brady Dorner, and Theo Hodgson do up this half inning for the Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club as Colin Tacchini continues to work out there for the Klamath Falls Falcons. Our score 7-0. Morris started the game on the hill for Phoenix Cascade, and he gave up 6 runs in the first inning, but after that, fairly efficient. He would be, I believe, on the hook for the loss today, unless this game goes a full 7, in which case it might be Hodgdon, although hard exactly to tell so far. But let's give you a final line score on Maruk Morris as he settles in for the second time around against Colin Takini. It is called a strike, 0-1. Morris pitched 4 innings, allowed 11 hits today, and he gave up 5 earned runs, walked 5. That's the killer for him. He did strike out 1, but again, with the way the Falcons have been swinging the bat so far to start this season, I was pretty impressed with how he was able to get some key outs against the Falcons in his 4 innings pitched. Counts even to him here, 1-1. He looks at a curveball that drops in the zone, 1-2 to Morris. After he was done pitching, now he plays right field for the Phoenix Cascade Legion baseball team.
Man, Colin makes it look so easy.
Pitch from Takini, misses up and away. And it is a real easy motion to deliver the pitch. I think what Corbin Hamilton emulates in the batter's box, Colin Takini emulates out there on the hill.
That's good. It reminds me of when you used to play your dad. And
Morris, by the way, strikeout looking for the first out here in the 5th.
When your dad gave you some BP, but also was kind of competitive, and he'd just throw it right in there, and you're like, how are you throwing it so hard? And he'd just be throwing it real easy.
Every so often I'd be playing catch with my dad, and, you know, he throws these rainbows and playing catch. Same motion, throws a bullet at you.
Yeah.
That was what it was for me. Pitch is swung on and missed by Brady Dorner. The count is 0-1. Dorner, the starting left fielder today, 0-1 for Phoenix Cascade. He struck out in the second inning. Pitch on the way from Colin Takini. Misses upstairs. Oh, they called that a strike. Count is 0-2. Looked maybe a little bit high, probably right on the edge of the zone there around the letters for Dorner. And Colin, probably thankful he got that call because he was rung up on a pitch up in the zone too. So he'll take it and work ahead of Dorner. Here comes the pitch. It is called strike 3 down Main Street. Sends Dorner packing for the second out, brings up Theo Hodgdon.
You know, we wouldn't need any relievers or closers if everyone was efficient as Colin.
Well, the thing about the Falcons pitchers or starting pitchers is that they're pretty much all this efficient. I mean, Colin's working quickly. PJ hasn't had a chance to start too many games, but he's as efficient. I could say the same for Corbin, and Hunter Glidden's been efficient in his starts too. It's kind of made it to where, as by the way, Hodgdon starts behind 0-1, where you talk about some of the guys who are like 5, 6, 7 on the depth chart for the Falcons, guys like, you know, Ty Teeters, Ian Meyer. These guys can throw, but they haven't had to be used so much because, like you said, the guys at the top of that depth chart are so efficient. Count is 0-2 to Theo Hodgdon. Takini looking to set down the side, and he does. Strike 3 looking against Hodgdon, and he strikes out the side for the second time today as we go to the top half of the 6th inning on 104.3 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. 7-0 our score.
What are your goals? To get stronger, move better, feel healthier? Whatever you are aiming for, Harbor Isles is here to help you. They have brand new cardio and strength equipment. Harbor Isles offers indoor tennis courts, 4 indoor pickleball courts, energizing group classes, expert personal trainers, and a friendly, knowledgeable staff ready to guide you every step of the way. No matter what your goals are, Harbor Isles has everything you need to reach those goals. Stop by and see the difference for yourself. Harbor Isles, lose those reins and get your gains.
Are you an enthusiastic sports fan? Want to have fun and get in on the action?
Heck yes, that'd be awesome.
Have great attention to detail? Want to stay active?
Definitely.
Want to give back to the student athletes in your community?
Obviously, yes.
Then you'd make an excellent high school sports official. We need more officials in Oregon, because with no high school officials, there are no high school sports. Sign up today at highschoolofficials.com.
Bottom third of the Falcons order due up in the top half of the 6th inning. A 7-0 ball game. The Falcons lead the Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club. So Trustin Thomas, Ty Teeters, and Harley Hoblet due up this half against Theo Hodgdon. Allowed the bases loaded in the top half of the 5th inning, but was able to induce a 1-6-3 double play to get himself out of that frame. Hoping to avoid that situation altogether here in the 6th, of course, but the Falcons, for their part, going to try to add some insurance here, again a 7-run advantage. Falcons haven't played a league game yet this season where they've scored less than 10 runs. Here's the pitch to Trustin Thomas. That one dips below the zone, 1-0. The only game that they've scored less than 10 runs in this season was their one loss. It was Saturday, June 13th against the AAA Redmond Sunwest Generals. Still a game that they only lost by 1 run, 5-4. Pitch on the way to Thomas is going to miss outside, 2-0. Not to say the Falcons can't still score 10 runs today, but they've been able to do so all but one time this year. Good hitting team. Here's the pitch to Trustin Thomas. That one is swung on and missed. Count is 2-1. Thomas today 2 for 3. Couple of RBIs, came on a 2 RBI double in the 1st inning. He also singled and scored in the 4th. Popped out in the 2nd. Thomas works ahead here. 3 balls and a strike. And here's the pitch from Theo Hodgson. That is swung on and missed. Looked like it might have been an off-speed pitch that time from Hodgson. Got Thomas to swing over the top of it. Now the count is full to the leadoff hitter here in the 6th inning. Pitch on the way. That one is called a strike. Trustin Thomas down looking to start the 6th inning, and that brings up Ty Teeters. Teeters today 2 for 3. Reached on an error in the 1st inning. A run scored on that error, by the way, so credit Ty Teeters with the first of what would wind up being 2 RBIs so far today. He singled in a run in the 4th inning as well. Now not an RBI opportunity. Ty looking to start the rally in the 6th. Pitch on the way from Theo Hodgson. Ground ball right side. The first baseman Alvarez backhands it. The throw to Hodgson covering is in time, and there's quickly 2 outs here in the 6th inning. And it brings up Harley Hoblet. Hoblet today 1 for 2. He walked in the 1st, flew out in the 3rd, and singled in the 4th. Was left stranded in scoring position in the 4th inning. Now Harley again wearing the hood when it's hot out here today. He wore the hood back on Thursday.
Must be a fashion statement.
Maybe it's what we were talking about earlier, the superstition. I don't know. I'll have to ask him. It looks pretty light. It doesn't look like it adds too many layers to him as he takes ball 1 there. What I am curious about is, does he have a red one to match the red jerseys, or is he just going to wear blue? That one misses in. Does he have a white one to match the white unis we're going to have? I feel like if you're going to wear a hood, you want it to be a fashion statement. You got to match up the colors, right?
I
don't
disagree.
think so? Okay.
I would want it to be the accent color because I think it just looks better.
Ground ball to 3rd. It is off the glove of Phillips and into left field. And Hoblet's going to reach on an error to extend this inning. Back to the top here for Carson Sims. Yeah. By the way, going back to the hood thing, I think you're probably right on second thought. I'll give that one to you. The accent color does look better. So, but that still does mean he needs a red one to go with the blue shirts.
That's true.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but then what do you wear with the white jerseys? The caps are blue. Do you wear red?
Either one, I think. It's optional. But, good question.
I'm waiting for an answer.
Man. Yeah, probably whatever the caps, whatever cap you're not wearing, whatever color that's not on the cap.
Okay, so that'd be red.
Yeah.
Pitch in. I think it might have to do with what color the numbers are too. We haven't seen what color the numbers are on the white shirts yet.
Yeah, that's true. I would want to match the numbers.
Okay. Well, now I'm excited. Pitch on the way to Sims. Hoblet's on the move. Sims takes a ball outside, and Hoblet safely at 2nd.
Although what we're not considering is maybe the superstition isn't just wearing a hood. Maybe it's wearing that exact hood. Because I've heard of players wearing the same underwear, like Doesn't Patrick Mahomes wear the same underwear?
I don't know what underwear Patrick Mahomes is wearing on a weekly basis, Walter. That's not the kind of research I'm doing.
Okay. Well, I've heard of some superstitions where you're wearing the same socks, same underwear, but it has to be the same article of clothing.
I have heard of fans wearing the same jersey throughout the year. I had a buddy of mine, my good friend, my best friend, is a Seahawks fan. Obviously, they won the Super Bowl this year. He wore his same Seahawks jersey every single week throughout. Didn't wash it once through the whole season.
Didn't wash it.
No, well, why would you? They won the Super Bowl.
That's part of the superstition.
That's the entire reason they won the Super Bowl is that Nick Bradford didn't wash his jersey.
That's what I'm saying.
During the Super Bowl run, yeah.
No, that's what I'm saying is I would hope that I don't play well while wearing something weird.
3-2 lifted to right field. Coming in is Morris, and that one drops into foul territory. Sims gets another chance here. Runner at second is Harley Hoblet. There's 2 outs in the inning, and a full count here to Carson Sims.
So say I had a wardrobe malfunction and I had to go without socks.
Okay.
And I would hope that I didn't play well that game, because if I played well, I'd have to go no socks for the rest of the season.
Okay. Oh, boy. That's a terrible image.
What?
I hate not wearing socks. See how sweaty my feet get. Here's the pitch to Sims. 3-2, bouncer to the left side, and that is through. A base hit to left field. Hoblet gets waved in. The throw is going to be late, and an RBI single for Carson Sims. It's 8-0 Falcons.
Are those new cleats for Carson Sims?
No, I think he's got tape on his cleats. And he's going to walk off the field here holding his lower back. Not sure if it's a cramping situation or anything else, but we're going to have a new man on first base for the Falcons. Can't quite make out what that number is. We'll try to find out here in just a moment. But an RBI for Carson, nonetheless, and it brings up Colin Tacchini here as Hoblet came in and scored. And again, the Falcons lead a score of 8-0. Did he say 4 for 3? Okay.
I think that's what he said.
Okay, so that should be Mason Snell on first then.
All right.
Thank you, Blue. 4 for 3. We got it confirmed there, and it is Mason Snell over there at first. All right. So Tacchini at the plate, still looking for his first hit today. He's walked a pair of times and has an RBI from one of those walks as he takes a strike there, and the count is 0-1. He's also struck out and grounded out in his other 2 at-bats. 0 for 2 today for Colin. Snell leading off of first. Jacoby Tacchini on deck. And the pitch is a line drive, center field, and a base hit. Snell rounds second, heads for third, and he is going to be in there on the single. And it brings up Jacoby Tacchini, and they also get Hayden Poore back out on the base paths for Colin Tacchini. So Poore at first, Rogers at third. Snell at third, and it brings up Jacoby Tacchini.
You know, if you can't run to first, might as well just hit one into the outfield and jog to first. It's just that simple.
It really is. By the way, I stand corrected. Not Hayden Poore at first anymore. Looks like Chase Barrett made his way out there. So Barrett aboard, Rogers aboard, and it brings up Jacoby Tacchini. Come on now. Tacchini takes one upstairs for a ball, 1-0. Tacchini singled his last time up. That was in the 5th inning. He also knocked in an RBI in the 1st on a sacrifice fly. So he takes a pitch there. The count's 2-0. Not a terribly aggressive lead for Snell off of third. Off of first, Barrett leads modestly as well. And Tacchini lines one past the shortstop and again into center field. Mason Snell in to score. Second RBI of the day for Jacoby Tacchini, this time on the single. He's now 2 for 4 today, and the Falcons lead 9-0. By the way, Chase Barrett in safely at second as Snell comes in and scores. Here's Ian Meyer. And Tacchini will be subbed out for Max Rogers at first. So out there is Chase Barrett at second and Max Rogers at first here for Ian Meyer. Meyer today, 2 for 3. and a run scored as well as a walk. Meyer lines one into left field. First pitch swinging and a base hit. They wave in Chase Barrett. The throw is cut off, and the Falcons earn their 10th run on the RBI single from Ian Meyer as their senior stays hot. So Barrett in, Rogers to second, Meyer aboard for Corbin Hamilton. Hamilton is still looking for his first hit today, 0 for 2, although he has walked a couple of times and has scored a run. That came back in the first inning. After Hamilton in the Falcons' order, should the inning continue, is P.J. Safford. Here's the pitch to Hamilton. First pitch swinging on the inside fastball. It's fouled off, and Corbin falls behind in the count, 0-1. To start the season, Hamilton, excluding today, came in hitting .500. 11 for 22 to start the year for Corb. 11 RBIs. No, pardon me. 5 RBIs for Corb and 2 doubles. Pitch to Corbin Hamilton. Swings and misses at an upstairs pitch. And he falls behind 0-2 to Theo Hodgden. Hamilton going to crouch down a little bit, limit that movement that we talked about in his batting stance earlier in the contest. And you can see Walter Hamilton's two-strike approach kind of adjust a little bit. Keeps his hands on his shoulders still, but he crouches down a little bit more. And he's going to limit the leg kick as he watches that one miss outside. Counts 2-2.
He's a lot less loose, more precise with it.
Yeah, wanted to tighten up a little bit and protect the plate rather than just kind of picking one location to bring the bat through that part of the strike zone. He's just got to protect, and that one misses inside. Hamilton doing a good job of working this count full after falling behind with 2 strikes on him.
After seeing that move, I'd love to see him on the dance floor.
Scooting out of the way there. See all the Falcons do the cha-cha slide, you think? Or the Macarena? Those are cool dance moves, right?
Yeah. Maybe back in your day.
Oh, yeah, back in my day.
Yeah, back in your day. You are like 26, aren't you?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. All right, well, I'll visit you in the nursing home.
The pitch on the way to Corbin Hamilton is fouled straight back. And the count is still full, 3-2. How old are you, 20?
19.
Okay, so when's your next spelling test?
I'm still alive.
Okay, okay, guy. All right.
I've still got my life ahead of me.
Yeah. I can't believe this. Visit me in the nursing home.
Hey, I've still got my whole future ahead of me. I wonder what it's like.
I've got, what, 1 foot in the grave or what?
Yeah, with your wisdom.
All right, Hamilton's still in a full count. Here's the pitch. That one's lifted into the air right side. Hamilton a bit tardy on the inside fastball, but fought it off to stick around once more. Count remains 3-2. Max Rogers aboard at second, and Ian Meyer aboard at first. Chase Barrett already came in to score earlier this inning. The Falcons have plated 3 in this frame to go up 10-0. Set on the mound is Hodgden. The pitch to Hamilton. Runners on the move, and a ground ball through the left side and into left field. Rogers comes in to score. Meyer pulls up at third, and an RBI single for Corbin Hamilton. It's 11-0 Falcons. Five straight singles for the Falcons. And again, Walter, scoring with 2 outs. This inning started with a strikeout and a ground out. Harley Hoblet reached on an error, and then you got those 5 straight base hits. The Falcons continue rallying with 2 outs as Safford takes a strike, falls behind 0-1. Safford, his last time up, grounded into a double play. But I take you back to the first inning, and an RBI single and a run scored for P.J. Safford.
You gotta love a good 2-out rally.
Safford takes one on the inside there. Count is even, a ball and a strike.
You know, you mentioned P.J. Safford being ready to throw right away when he's pitching, but when he's hitting as well.
Line drive, right field, a base hit for Safford, scores a run. As Meyer touches home, Hamilton advances to second, and it brings up Trustin Thomas. 12-0 Falcons here in the top of the 6th. 6 straight hits for the Falcons. Thomas trying to keep it going. He's got 2 hits already today on a 2-for-4 afternoon. A 2 RBI double back in the first inning. He also singled and scored in the 4th. Earlier this frame, though, led off with a strikeout. Here's the pitch from Hodgson. Misses up. 1-0. After Thomas in the order, it's Ty Teeters for the Klamath Falls Falcons. Here's the pitch. That one is going to find the zone. A curveball inside. 0-1. Pardon me, 1-1. Hodgson with the pitch. That one misses off the plate away. Count is 2-1. Now to the Falcons' right fielder, Trustin Thomas. Coming into this game, Thomas hitting 158, but a 2-for-4 day today is not going to hurt him. And again, adding those RBIs in as well. Thomas has knocked in 6 runs this year for the Falcons. Takes a strike there. The count's even, 2-2. Set is Hodgson. And the pitch is lifted right side. Foul. Out of play. Got to get some game balls back in. I think our home plate umpire's got what he needs. And Thomas settles back in a 2-2 count. Back on the hill is Hodgson. Comes set. Looking in. The pitch. Grounder left side. Foul. All right, got more game balls in. A lot of foul territory here, but balls still get out, and not a lot of fans here to track down those foul balls. Usually you want, like, the kids to go grab them. I see 2 young boys who are on foul ball duty, but, well, they're keeping busy, that's for sure. Here's the pitch to Trustin Thomas. Ground ball left side again. A diving attempt by Phillips at third, but it gets past him and into left field. And they wave in Hamilton. Safford dives in safely to third. And a double for Trustin Thomas and another RBI. And it brings up Ty Teeters.
You know, I was thinking about this earlier. Ty Teeters, the son of Coach Teeters. Public service announcement. Tomorrow is Father's Day.
Oh, good call.
So don't forget to buy your father a gift.
Okay. Is your dad listening? What'd you get him?
I don't think he listens to my games.
So what'd you get him? You don't want to put it out there?
I don't want to put it.
Okay. That's valid. That's okay. We'll give Papa Hartley time to tune out so you can tell me. Here's the pitch to Ty Teeters. That one's going to be behind him. 1-0. Had to duck out of the way of that. Is it a good gift? Are you happy with it?
He's one of those people that just buys whatever he wants whenever he wants it.
Hard guy to give a gift to, huh?
Yeah. So I hope it's good.
Some sentimentality, maybe?
Not really.
Okay. Here's the pitch on the way to Ty Teeters. That's a check swing and a strike called. Ty already has a couple of RBIs today. Think that's a good enough gift for your dad if he's a baseball coach, is knocking in some runs for the team?
I don't know, man.
Teeters takes a strike on the inside corner.
Not if you're already winning. It has to be like a walk-off.
Okay. There's levels to this, huh?
Yeah, there are. If I'm a father and my son gets a hit and it's not a walk-off, I'm ashamed of him.
The pitch to Teeters is low. Gets behind the catcher. Safford going to break from third and score. That makes the score 14-0 Falcons here in the 6th inning. Trustin Thomas advancing to third on that one as well. The Falcons have scored 6 again here in the 6th inning, duplicating their output from the first. Teeters grounded out back to the pitcher earlier this inning. He's behind here, 2-2. Pitch to Teeters. A bouncer towards the right side of the infield. Up with it is Ollie, and the throw to first is in time, and that'll finally end the inning. Like I said, those 6 runs come in to score for the Falcons, and they lead here, I believe, 13-0. Is it 14?
I think it's 14.
You're right, 14-0. Falcons lead as we go to the bottom half of the 6th next on mybasin.com.
When your care feels complicated, you need someone who won't back away. At Heartfelt, they are known for taking on the cases others won't. Complex, high-risk, and deeply personal situations that deserve real attention. They specialize in minimally invasive procedures, helping you heal faster and get back to your life, your family, your work. And they are here for the long term, not just one visit. No referrals needed, just care that truly shows up for you. Visit heartfeltobgyn.com or call 541-205-6890. Heartfelt OBGYN. Expert care when it matters most.
At Pacific Power, we can't predict the future, but we're preparing for every possibility. With more extreme weather year-round, we're investing in an energy system ready for what comes next. By strengthening the grid, using smart infrastructure, and drawing from our diverse energy resources, we're not just powering today. We're designing an energy system that's built to weather tomorrow. Energy that makes powering your greatness possible.
Ian Meyer, the new pitcher into the game for the Klamath Falls Falcons. We've got a couple of other changes around the infield that will get you in a moment. It looks like Colby Medeiros has taken over duties at shortstop in place of Carson Sims. We're going to have a new left fielder as well. Let's find out in just a moment. Okay. Thank you. So, going out in the outfield, Chase Barrett taking over in left. Hamilton moves over to first from left field. Barrett takes over for him, and Ian Meyer on the hill.
We were actually talking about this in the car on the way over, that you were really excited to see Ian Meyer pitch this season.
Yeah, I like watching him pitch. He's just the kind of guy you just feel confident being able to do a little bit of everything. Pitch to Meyer. Pitch from Meyer, rather, misses low. 1-0 to hitter here. I believe this is Brody Alling for the Phoenix Cascade team. So Alling batting here in the 8th spot, in place of Weston Nelson, who exits the game after going 0 for 1. I believe for Meyer, this is one of the only times we've seen him pitch for the Falcons this year. His pitch is rolled over to first. Hamilton up with it, takes it to the bag himself for the out. And for Meyer, this is his first outing for the Falcons this year. But he did pitch a little bit during the prep season. And he throws strikes. That's what I like about Meyer. He's not going to get too wild. He's going to produce some weak contact. He's going to get through the lineup. And he doesn't get a lot of opportunity. And so in the rare opportunity he does get to pitch, he usually produces, which I like about him also.
Now here's a guy.
Am I a little Chris Collinsworth about Ian?
Just a little bit, but I think it's earned. I think it's fair.
I think I talk about Ian Meyer the way Chris Collinsworth talks about Patrick Mahomes.
Well, that's how I talk about Jacoby Takini.
That's fair. The pitch from Meyer is lifted into right field, down for a base hit, and Cunningham with a one-out knock here in the 6th. It's 14-0, the Falcons lead, so Phoenix Cascade would need to score 5 runs in this inning to continue the ball game. So Cunningham with a single, his first of the day, and here's Luca Petrone. Petrone, another guy who graduated this past year out of the Phoenix program, I believe. Yeah, Petrone just wrapped up his senior season. Pitch, a curveball came in and hit him, 2 on, and 1 out for Chris Phillips. It's a good season for Phoenix during the prep season. Got to give them some credit for a quarterfinal appearance. They finished 15-11 overall on the season, won their opening round playoff matchup against Gladstone, but they were beat by Marist pretty handedly in the quarterfinals, 12-1, but still a nice trip to the playoffs for the Phoenix Pirates. And again, the Cascade Christian Challengers, for their part, they made the quarterfinals as well in their state tournament run. Pitch on the way is called a strike. 0-1 out of the right hand of Ian Meyer as he breaks off, I think, a slider there to Phillips to get ahead. After Phillips in the order is Andy Alvarez. Pitch on the way is called a strike, and Meyer quickly gets ahead of the number 3 hitter in the Phoenix Cascade order, 0-2.
Now, you mentioned that you wanted to be an ump. Are you going to be one of those umps that is like very emotive, or are you going to be kind of a nonchalant?
Swing and a miss for strike 3. Down goes Phillips, second time on strikes today. I think, you got to get a little animated for the strike 3 call. I think what I like more than an umpire who does a lot of theatrics with the movement is a guy who's loud. I want to hear you give me the strike call loud. I want to hear you say ball. That's the kind of umpire I like. Someone who seems confident in their call. Takini tries to backpick the runner at first, but it gets down the line. A throw in from the outfield to try to get the runner coming in and scoring is not going to be in time. So Connor Cunningham scores from second on the error. And advancing to second is Patron. So that'll be an E2 to allow Cunningham to score. And now Alvarez bats in a 14-1 ball game with a runner in scoring position and still 2 outs. I believe the count is 1-0. Pitch on the way from Meyer. Showing bunt, and he does lay down a bunt. Takini up with it. Throw to first in time. And that should be the ball game. Or was it a foul ball? Oh, umpire called a foul ball. Okay. Everyone was standing around like we didn't quite know. But they laid down a bunt. It was a foul ball, so we'll do it again. And there's one strike now on Andy Alvarez. Counts even.
Now, you said you like when an umpire gets loud for the strike 3 call. Are you going to say strike 3, or are you going, hoo-hoo?
You go strike 3 for strike 3. Alvarez tries to show bunt again. This time it misses low. But even on that call, like, for example, where we didn't know if it was a foul ball or not, home plate umpire's got to get out there. Foul ball, foul ball. I like that kind of stuff. It also makes it easy for a broadcaster, for the fans, and all that stuff to follow the game, and he did a better job of that there, I think. But and by the way, not trying to criticize our home plate umpire. I actually think, as far as the strike zone goes today, he's done a really good job. I haven't seen him call a game yet, but he's been pretty consistent behind the plate. I've been happy with the strike zone today.
Yeah, better than the North Jackson game.
Andy Alvarez pops that bunt up. This could do it. And Takini makes the catch, and that will end the ball game. The Klamath Falls Falcons with a mercy rule victory in 6 innings, 14-1. The final score. We'll be back to wrap it up in just a minute on 104.3, 960 Sports, and mybasin.com.
Over the last year, you've heard and seen the advertisement for God's Gifts 2, a local photographer who travels to high school sporting events and takes individual and team action photos at a great price. Something you may not know, though, is that the money from God's Gifts Photography supports 6 children in Kenya who Annalisa has met on mission trips. If you'd like to capture your athlete in action and help support these kids, call 541-281-2206. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook.
At Geno's on East Main Street, we're always ready for sports season.
And now is a perfect time to connect with us.
We're open every morning at 6:30, serving simply good food
for your breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
We offer breakfast burritos and burgers all day, Italian family recipes,
monthly specials, amazing desserts, and of course, your choice of cold or hot beverages.
Call 884-6474 right now to place a food order for pickup or use DoorDash delivery.
Or best of all, come dine in with us.
Geno's on East Main, simply good food.
Check out our full menu and all our activities at ilovegenos.com. Geno's on East Main, simply good food.
Looking for insurance from someone who truly understands rural Klamath? Meet Gabby Haskins, a licensed agent for Country Financial, born and raised in Merrill, with deep roots in agriculture and the local way of life. Whether you're protecting your family farm, homes, vehicles, businesses, Gabby's here to help. She offers trusted, personalized insurance for farm, life, home, auto, commercial, and retirement needs at Gary Sheen's Country Financial office in Merrill. Stop by today and see why Merrill residents trust one of their own. Country Financial, here to help you experience more in Merrill.
Josh Eldridge and Walter Hartley back with you for Falcons baseball. Game 1 of a doubleheader today between Phoenix Cascade and the Klamath Falls Falcons goes the way of the Basin 9. For the Falcons today, 14 runs on 19 hits. They commit 2 errors. For Phoenix Cascade today, 1 run, 2 hits, 4 errors. The winning pitcher today, Colin Takini, worked 5 innings today, giving up 1 hit and striking out a staggering 9 batters in 5 innings pitched today. The losing pitcher, Maruk Morris, worked 4 innings, allowing 11 hits, 7 runs, 5 earned. He walked 5 and struck out 1. Some notables today for the Falcons. We'll start with Trustin Thomas, a 3-for-5 day with 2 doubles and 3 RBIs. PJ Safford today 2-for-4 with a couple of RBIs. Ian Meyer today 3-for-4 with an RBI. Jacoby Takini 2-for-4, 2 RBIs today. Colin Takini 1-for-3 with an RBI, and Carson Sims 4-for-5 today with 1 RBI. The Klamath Falls Falcons, with this win, improved to 8-1 on the season and 7-0 in conference play. The Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club fall to 1-4 in both overall play and league play this season. We're probably about 20 minutes away from the start of our nightcap today, so bear with us as we return you over to Fox Sports Radio if you're listening on the radio on 104.3 and 960 Sports. If you're watching online on mybasin.com, just stay put. We'll be back live on this very same link in about 15 or 20 minutes. Until then, though, my name is Josh Eldridge, Walter Hartley alongside with me. So long, but we hope to see you soon here on mybasin.com. Welcome back to Klamath Falls Falcons baseball on 104.3 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. Getting ready for Game 2 of a doubleheader today between the Klamath Falls Falcons and the Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club. In Game 2, Falcons are going to be tossing Colby Medeiros on the hill, looking to capture a sweep here on the road after winning the opener 14-1. We're going to take a 2-minute break, and when we come back, we'll introduce you to the starting lineups for our second game this afternoon from Culver Fields in Talent, Oregon. Back after this on MyBasin.com and 104.3 and 960 Sports.
What are the best words you can hear tonight?
Order ready for Susan?
And if you hear those words at Abby's, you know it's going to be a legendary meal. Your pizza is loaded with toppings to the edge, premium ingredients, and real cheese. Yeah, baby. Gather with friends, play some video games, and watch the big game on TV. That's made Abby's a legendary pizza tradition for generations. And when you're ready to hear those magic words,
Tom, your order's ready.
You know where to go. You're always welcome at Abby's.
There's something special about this place. It's more than the quiet mornings and the open skies. It's more than the scenery. It's the people. Around here, people still wave when you pass by. They check in when something's wrong. They show up when it matters. At Sage Credit Union, we're proud to live and work in a region that believes in each other. A place where neighbors lend a hand, small businesses thrive, and generosity runs deep. We believe that being part of a community means giving back to it, not just with dollars, but with time, effort, and heart. That's why our employees earn paid volunteer time. That's why you'll see us at food drives, fundraisers, and the local fair. We show up for our community. This isn't just where we work. This is where we live, where we give, and where we grow. Right here, in the coffee shop, at the fundraiser, and in our local branch. At Sage Credit Union, we've found our people. We'll see you around town.
At Pacific Power, we can't predict the future, but we're preparing for every possibility. With more extreme weather year-round, we're investing in an energy system ready for what comes next. By strengthening the grid, using smart infrastructure, and drawing from our diverse energy resources, we're not just powering today. We're designing an energy system that's built to weather tomorrow. Energy that makes powering your greatness possible.
Welcome back to Falcons baseball on 104.3 960 Sports and MyBasin.com as we get started here in the top of the first inning of game number 2 of a doubleheader today from Culver Fields in Talent, Oregon. On the bump today for the Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club is Chris Phillips. Going up against a Falcons order that goes like this: Jacoby Tacchini leads off, the catcher, followed by Ty Teeters at second base, hitting second. Ian Meyer at first base, bats third. Hitting fourth is Corbin Hamilton, the pitcher, as the first pitch to Jacoby Tacchini is going to miss low, 1-0. Batting fourth, the pitcher today, Corbin Hamilton. Jacoby Nickerson, the designated hitter, bats fifth as Tacchini rolls one by the third baseman and into left field. Playing third base, Maruk Morris for Phoenix Cascade, and I believe that'll be an error that allows Tacchini to reach to start the ball game. P.J. Safford hits sixth, Chase Barrett batting seventh, hitting eighth is Mason Snell, and Max Rogers bats ninth. So after the error to lead this one off, it's Ty Teeters. Teeters in the opener today hit in the 8th spot, had a couple of RBIs, finished 2 for 5 in that contest with 2 RBIs and a run scored. Move over to first, and back safely is the runner at first. I believe that is Harley Hoblet on board over there in place of Jacoby Tacchini.
You can recognize him by his hood.
Good call. That's honestly what solidified it for me. I said that looked like Harley, and then he turned around, and there the hood was.
Yeah.
We talked about that in the opener. So Hoblet leads off at first. He looks to steal second. A swinging strike at the plate from Ty Teeters, and Hoblet in safely at second.
Barely. It's close play.
Finishing the lineup card here, Max Rogers bats ninth. We got the lineup cards a little bit late here, so finishing these out. We'll get you the defense here for Phoenix. probably in a couple of batters as the pitch to Teeters comes in. It's a chopper down the left side, and it's going to wind up a foul ball.
Yeah, that's the thing with the cutouts here. If it rolls up against the grass, it can come back the other way and roll foul.
I think that probably helps the defense a little bit more, but you can see it the other way too, because there's a lip in foul territory. So I've seen it where it starts foul, kicks that lip, and then rolls fair too. So it can cut both ways, but I think you're right. Typically that benefits the defense a little bit more. Pitch on the way to Teeters. Curveball sliced the opposite way, foul. Set on the mound is Phillips. Now he delivers home. A curveball that Teeters hits behind us, foul once more.
He's staying alive.
Meyer due up next. Yeah, Teeters putting up a good battle here. Still 2 strikes on him. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count. And here's the pitch on the way from Phillips. That one's going to be in the dirt, blocked by Mabin. The throw down to third is not going to be in time, and Hoblet advances now 90 feet away from scoring. Heads up base running that time from Harley Hoblet. Set on the hill once more is Phillips. Teeters a chance at an early RBI opportunity here for the Falcons. And the pitch is hit into the air, shallow right field. Coming in is the right fielder, Hodgson. He's unable to make the play, and it's going to allow Hoblet to score. He was tagging up from third, waiting for somebody to catch that ball, and luckily was still able to score once it touched down out there. So we're going to call that an RBI single for Ty Teeters, and it brings up Ian Meyer. 1-0, the Falcons lead here in the first inning. So Ian Meyer getting ready to step in now. Got to see Meyer a little bit on the hill in the last game. Pitched the final 6th inning for the Falcons. Helped him out to that 14-1 win against Phoenix Cascade earlier today. Here's the pitch to Meyer. That one is going to be called a strike. Count is 0-1. Meyer at the plate in the opener was 3 for 4 with an RBI and 2 runs scored. He also walked in that game, did Meyer. So he gets ready here in an 0-1 count. Pitch to Meyer, fouled off. That one was inside. Meyer a little bit late swinging on that inside pitch, but he did get a piece of it, fouled it off. Count is 0-2 now to Ian Meyer. Digging back in on the hill, Chris Phillips. Gets ready to offer again to Meyer. Not a big lead off of first for Ty Teeters. Phillips still worrying about him, though. Nearly threw it away, and in fact, it does get away from Alvarez for a moment. But not a terribly large lead for Teeters off of first, so could probably afford to focus right after Ian Meyer if you're Chris Phillips out there. But Teeters takes another half-step lead as Phillips comes set. Now here's the pitch to Meyer. Meyer, ground ball towards shortstop. Up with it is Cunningham. Throw on to second for 1. The throw to get the back end takes the first baseman off the bag. And so Ian Meyer reaches on a fielder's choice. Teeters is out for the first out in the inning. And in steps the Falcons' starting pitcher today, Corbin Hamilton. Meyer seeing that on-base percentage continue to climb as Hamilton steps in. Get some signs from Coach Teeters down on the third base side. Teeters assisted by Craig Connor, Joe Tacchini, Pete Whistler, Caleb Keelan, and Drew Rabel. Move over to first, and back safely is Meyer, just barely. Good move from Phillips. He's like that. You even see him pitch for Phoenix during the prep season. He's got a good pickoff move over to first. If I'm not mistaken, in the couple of times that we played Phoenix during the prep season for Henley, Phillips did have a couple of guys picked off in that game as Hamilton takes a pitch outside. Probably hoping he gets that call on the other end as that one looked a little bit off the plate. Hamilton hangs his head for a moment, but if he can find that outside pitch when he takes the mound, he will be pretty happy with that call. Here's the offering coming up to Hamilton. No, they throw over to first again, and again, Meyer back safely. Phillips trying to keep the Falcons honest over there at first. They have been known to swipe second, especially today against Maben behind the dish. Pitch on the way to Hamilton. Sends one deep to center field. Patron is going to run too far back and is unable to make the play. Meyer advances all the way to third. Hamilton stays put at first. And just like Patron, I thought that ball was going to be hit way deeper than it was. He wound up going back, and then it dropped in front of him. The wind is gusting in pretty solid from center field, and I think that impacted that ball as Jacoby Nickerson gets ready to step in.
Yeah, it's actually quite pleasant over here in the shade with the breeze. It's kind of relaxing.
It is nice. We have a good spot back here.
Yeah, kicking back, watching the game.
Can't say the same for the guys in the outfield, though, who have to battle that sun today.
Yeah.
Pitch to Nickerson. Hamilton takes off. Nickerson sends a shot to right center field, and that one drops in there. And again, Patron overplays it. Hamilton, who got a head start from first, is going to come all the way in to score on the 2 RBI double for Jacoby Nickerson. It's 3-0 Falcons in the first inning. Good piece of hitting there for Nickerson, and it brings up P.J. Safford. Safford in the opener today had a couple of RBIs in the first and sixth innings. Singles each of those 2 times and runs scored that time around the bases. The pitch to Safford is high and tight. Count is 1-0 to Safford. Chase Barrett is due up next for the Falcons if Safford finds his way aboard. Phillips looking in against Safford. Checks the runner at second. That's Nickerson. Now he motions home. The pitch is fouled off. And the count is 0-1 to Safford. Pardon me. 1-1 to Safford. 3-0 the score. As, again, Nickerson responsible for 2 of those RBIs here. Phillips set, looks back Nickerson at second. And now motions home. Safford is going to chop that one foul, and the count's a ball and 2 strikes to the Falcons' third baseman. Safford looking to step back in. Wearing the number 6, even in the new unis for the Falcons. And we've got a quick conference between Chris Phillips and Nate Maben, the pitcher and the catcher, before they part ways. Phillips back on the hill. Maben going to take a seat behind home plate as he gets ready to signal for the 2-strike pitch. Phillips, agreeable, comes set. And a move over to second, but nobody's home. The throw winds up in center field. They're going to keep Nickerson there. And not able to advance on that play. Phillips bailed out a little bit there. Thought that Nickerson might have been able to stretch it, but, well, there's not 2 outs in the inning. Thought there might have been to hold Nickerson there, but regardless, stays in scoring position. No harm, no foul at the end of the day. Pitch to Safford coming up. Curveball, Safford fights it off, sticks around, still 2 strikes on him. Safford, a recent graduate of Klamath Union High School, one of only 2 graduated seniors the Falcons have. We've talked about it quite a bit. A younger ball club, but competitive. They've won all but 1 game this year. The pitch to Safford misses upstairs. Count is 2-2. Now to PJ. Getting ready to dig back in. Oh, got to dust off the plate. Dirt was a little bit loose. They didn't do anything to really wet down the infield on a hot day like this, but they did comb it over with a broom. Looks nice. But that dust's still going to be kicking up with the wind blowing in like it is. Phillips ready to deliver to P.J. Safford. Another 2-strike offering. Here it comes. That one is going to ring him up on the inside part. Safford down looking, and it'll bring up Chase Barrett. Not a bad pitch from Phillips. Go front door slider there to set him down. Looked like it might have missed off the inside, but again, this still learning the zone for the umpire here in the first inning. If he's going to be given a little bit off the inside and a little bit off the outside, pitchers will take that all day long as Chase Barrett ready to step in, and he takes strike 1 on the outside part, and there it is again. Like I said, if it's consistent today, it's going to be up to the hitters to have to adjust as Barrett falls behind 0-1. Pitch on the way from Phillips. Curveball and another pitch called a strike on the outer third. Barrett quickly falls behind here 0-2. After Barrett in the order, if he finds a way aboard, it's Mason Snell. Phillips looking to stop him here. The pitch to Barrett. Curveball, chopped foul. Barrett sticks around for another. Already 3 runs home this inning for the Falcons. Tacchini, Meyer, and Hamilton have all scored. 3-0 Klamath Falls lead, top of the first. Barrett calls time at the plate. As Barrett shook off the first couple of offerings from Maben. We'll see if he's agreeable here as Barrett digs back in. Phillips is set, checks on the runner at second, now motions home. Curveball is going to miss in. Good take that time from Barrett. And it's 1-2. Barrett getting the start here in left field, was absent from the starting order in Game 1, although he did come around to score a run on the base paths. Pitch to Barrett. Curveball fouled back, and Barrett will see another here. The count remains 1-2. 2 outs in the inning as well. And Chase Barrett digging in. He's one of the guys, I believe, who had a numbers change when we swapped over uniforms. He used to wear 44. Now wearing the number 13 in the new unis for the Falcons. Got 2 strikes on him. Chokes up a bit ahead of the pitch from Chris Phillips. Here it comes. 2-seam fastball jammed him, but he fought it off.
I have to say, 13 looks a lot better on him.
Yeah, I like the lower numbers too. Unless it doubles up though. So 44, I don't know, might get a pass.
I don't know, but 44 takes up so much space on the uniform. Like an 11 would take up much less space.
Okay. We got an 88 on Phoenix Cascade. What do you think about 88?
That's a football number.
Valid. Here's the pitch coming up to Chase Barrett. 2 strikes on the Falcons' left fielder. The pitch. Curveball ripped deep to left, but foul. Barrett putting up a good battle here with 2 outs in the first inning. Got 2 strikes on him quick, but he's continued to fight some off. He took a ball that was close, borderline on the inside. Count still 1-2.
It kind of reminds me of Max Price. You know, he had an at-bat where he counted 7 foul balls to stay alive. And eventually he worked a walk.
Yeah, when you can see pitches like this, not only does it make Phillips work, but it also allows Barrett to go back to the dugout at some point and give a good scouting report about how everything is moving. He's seen probably one of every single pitch that Phillips can throw in this at-bat. Do it again. Barrett fights it off again. Good at-bat here for Chase Barrett. And again, there you see Mason Snell across your screen. He is still waiting in the on-deck circle. Good chance for him to get a good scouting report on Chris Phillips, too.
He could take a nap while he's waiting.
Pitch is a grounder to the third base side. They're going to have to wake Mason Snell up because he's due up after Barrett in the single. Nickerson rounds third, and he's going to score. An RBI single for Chase Barrett, 4-0 Falcons. That's a great at-bat for Chase Barrett. Sees a ton of pitches, gets the RBI single, and extends the inning.
Is that the new strategy? Is that the new strategy? Foul off a ton of pitches so the infield falls asleep, and then you can hit it right by him?
Man, I don't even think that was a case of Morris falling asleep. That was just placed right down the line. But if you can see 8-9 pitches in that bat and get a single, that's a good strategy. First offering on the way to Mason Snell. He swings and fouls off the first pitch he sees. The count's 0-1 to Mason. Max Rogers due up next. 8th batter to hit this inning for the Falcons. Snell ready for the offering from Phillips. Hits that one foul down the right side. And the count is 0-2 to the Falcons center fielder. Good to see Snell in the starting order here on this one. Snell did not start in the opener today. Nor did he start against North Jackson in the opener. He did start in the nightcap against North Jackson. went 1 for 4 in that game and had an RBI. Chase Barrett breaks for second and will take second. Defensive indifference, no throwdown to get Barrett there, but he is in scoring position for Mason Snell. Pitch on the way. Swung on and missed by Snell, and that will do it in the first inning. But the Falcons score 4, and they lead by as many going to the bottom half of the first next on mybasin.com.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Rob, why do you think so many families choose Subaru here?
Because they're built for real life here in Southern Oregon.
All-wheel drive, safety, and room for everything from kids to camping gear.
And we've got Subarus in stock, ready to go when you are.
Plus, we're locally owned and deeply involved in the community.
When you buy from us, you buy from a dealership that supports Klamath Falls. Stop by and say hi.
Friendly, local, and easy to work with. That's us at Klamath Falls Subaru, right on Washburn Way.
Welcome back. Bottom of the first inning here on 104.3, 960 Sports, and mybasin.com. Klamath Falls Falcons lead by a score of 4-0 as we get set for the bottom of the first inning. Due up this half for Phoenix is Connor Cunningham, Chris Phillips, and Brody Awley in top 3 in the order for Phoenix. Rest of the order, Tucker Maben is catching, Luca Petrone in center field batting 5th. Hitting 6th is Maruk Morris at third base, Brady Dorner in left field batting 7th. Theo Hodgson bats 8th in right field, and Weston Nelson is the designated hitter. He bats 9th for Phoenix.
Did you see yesterday that the U.S. got a 2-0 win against Australia?
Is that World Cup? I think I did see that. I saw that they were playing yesterday. I don't know if I saw the finals. That's pretty. What is Americans now 2-0 in groups?
Yeah,
that's pretty great.
The top of the group.
All right, we'll take it. You know what I've been liking about the World Cup, by the way, to relate it back to baseball, is all of these international fans who are going to the World Cup games who are also going to different sporting events like baseball games. I saw I think it was the Scottish fans go to a Red Sox game, and just the chants and the atmosphere, like, that's awesome. I love that stuff.
Did you see them marching down the street playing the bagpipes?
I did. I saw that too. They seem to be having a lot of fun, those Scots. So there's a little Scottish blood in me. I think I can have fun like that.
Okay.
I'm going to be taking out the kilt, start drinking in the daytime, and enjoy some baseball. I can't drink yet. I can't drink on the way home. I got to drive you. But, maybe after that. Well, break out the kilt and turn on some Major League Baseball, watch a night game on Peacock or something. I don't know, but it sounds like fun.
Do a little jig.
Here's the pitch on the way to Cunningham. That one misses low. Count is 1-2? 1-1?
I think 1-1. You know what else I saw, though? The Japanese, they were in Texas. And this is going viral right now, but they posted on social media, don't eat too many chips before your meal gets there at the Mexican restaurants.
Oh, man, they really are learning how to be an American. That pitch misses upstairs. But you made a good point about the Japanese national team staying in Nashville, Tennessee, because they just love American culture so much. Well, no, but Tennessee, Texas. I don't know if they play the game in Texas. I wasn't going to correct you on that part, but still, you're right. So after Cunningham in the order, who's in a full count right now. By the way, Coach Craig Connor going to come out and have a chat with Corbin Hamilton. First time we've seen Corbin throw, by the way, for his part since he exited the game early against Central Point a couple of weeks ago. And so wanted to make sure that he's well enough to continue throwing. He said at the end of that game that he felt okay. It was just a matter of him wanting to stretch out and warm up a little bit, and maybe didn't do it properly in that game against Central Point, but they've clearly comfortable with him now, as everyone is smiling after that quick conference for Craig Connor. It lasted about, 4 seconds before he headed back to the dugout. So
what could they possibly be saying out there?
He probably came out to make everybody laugh. Probably a quick joke, as the strike is hit and caught by Medeiros at short. Backpedaling for Medeiros, and he makes the catch.
Hey guys, I just remember this really funny joke. All right, you guys can start playing again.
All right, I think that is the first out of the inning. F6 in the book, and it brings up Chris Phillips, game starting pitcher for Phoenix Cascade. After Phillips in the order, it's Brody Alleen. First pitch called a ball. Phillips looking to help out his own cause a little bit. The pitcher today as he pops one up foul. The count is 1-1 to Phillips. Trying to take a look at Hamilton so far this season. Again, we haven't seen him in just about a week, but still a guy the Falcons are going to look to rely on a lot this year as that one is popped up. Right side, foul territory, but playable. And Meyer just runs out of room back there. Counts 1-2. For Hamilton, he's making his second start. He only pitched those 2/3 of an innings back at Central Point. So this is going to be his first real crack at things for the Falcons so long as he's able to stay healthy in this outing. Pitch fouled off. Hamilton looks in against Takini, and that pitch misses upstairs. Around the diamond for the Falcons, Safford at third, Medeiros at short. At second base, it's Ty Teeters, and Ian Meyer plays first. We'll get you the outfield in just a moment. The pitch from Hamilton swung on and missed. Strike three. Down goes Phillips in the first inning. In the outfield for the Falcons, in left, it is Chase Barrett. In center, it's Mason Snell. Max Rogers is in right. So here's Brody Alleen. He was used as a replacement in our opener today. Wound up 0 for 1 in that first game. Grounded out to first base in his only at-bat. Pitch on the way, swung on and missed. Hamilton using that slider, runs away from the righty, and he uses it to get ahead 0-2. Pardon me, 1-1. The pitch. That curveball is in the zone. It's now 1-2. They count to Maruk Morris. Pardon me, to Brody Alleen. Morris is where I was out writing in the order. Here's the pitch to Alleen. The pitch is popped foul, and Alleen stays alive to see another. Hamilton delivers, and again, fouled back. Alleen putting up a good battle for his part here in this at-bat. Curveball, and Hamilton got him swinging. Back-to-back Ks to end the bottom half of the first inning, and we go to the top half of the second in a 4-0 ball game that the Falcons lead against the Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club on 104.3 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
When your care feels complicated, you need someone who won't back away. At Heartfelt, they are known for taking on the cases others won't. Complex, high-risk, and deeply personal situations that deserve real attention. They specialize in minimally invasive procedures, helping you heal faster and get back to your life, your family, your work. And they are here for the long term, not just one visit. No referrals needed, just care that truly shows up for you. Visit heartfeltobgyn.com or call 541-205-6890. Heartfelt OBGYN. Expert care when it matters most.
At Pacific Power, we can't predict the future, but we're preparing for every possibility. With more extreme weather year-round, we're investing in an energy system ready for what comes next. By strengthening the grid, using smart infrastructure, and drawing from our diverse energy resources, we're not just powering today. We're designing an energy system that's built to weather tomorrow. Energy that makes powering your greatness possible.
4-0 our score, top of the second inning, and the Klamath Falls Falcons lead the Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club. For the Falcons this half inning, 9-1-2 due up. Max Rogers, Jacoby Takini, and Ty Teeters. As Rogers gets ready to lead things off here. Max did not hit in the first game, although he did score a run on a trip around the base paths in the sixth inning. Getting the start here in right field in game 2 of a doubleheader today. First pitch from Rogers, ground ball out towards short. Cunningham charging. He's not going to have a play. The speed from Rogers, and an infield single. That gets the dugout excited. Little infield single there for Rogers. Back to the top for Takini.
Yeah, they were yelling, legs, legs, legs.
They're right. That's quick. You don't often see a routine ground ball like that not even get a throw.
Yeah.
Rogers already an aggressive lead off first as Jacoby digs in, reached on an error his first time up. They throw over to first, and the ball pops free from the first baseman, and Rogers gets up and breaks for 2. He's in there, and the error allows him to reach.
Boy, he really showed speed on that one.
Boy, that ball barely got away from the first baseman, too. I don't even think it made it all the way out of the infield dirt. And Rogers was able to get up and break for second. That was impressive stuff. Takini now an RBI opportunity, nobody out. Top of the second inning in a 4-0 ball game. Pitch is called a strike, and the count is 0-1 to Jacoby Takini. Want to let you know a couple other Legion games going on today. There's, I think, 2 other doubleheaders being played this afternoon as a ground ball up the middle, through and into center field. Almost certainly going to send Rogers, and they do, and he scores. And an RBI single for Jacoby Takini, and it's now 5-0 Falcons. So let's see, South Medford today in action. They are playing Grants Pass. Thought I might have had a score for you, but I think they actually just started. I think they're starting at 5. They have not started yet. So they're starting at 5 as we get ready for Ty Teeters getting ready to step in here. Harley Hoblet aboard at first. He's back safe. Nearly got caught. Very close, but he's back safely.
What made them decide to start so early today, do you know?
Here?
Yeah.
My guess is we don't have lights. And so had to get it in before the lights. And I think that's the same case over at where the Medford Mavericks play at North Medford High School. The name of their field is escaping me right now. I apologize. But they also don't have lights there, so they play during the daytime. And there's another doubleheader going on at North Medford right now. Hold that thought. Line drive, right field, base hit for Ty Teeters. Rounding second, digging for third is Harley Hoblet. He's going to get in standing. And 3 straight singles to start the second for the Falcons have them in business as it brings up Ian Meyer. So like I said, Central Point and North Medford playing today, and kind of a shocker in Medford. The Mavericks defeating Central Point 6-1 in the opener, and they are getting started with their second one. Medford leads Central Point 4-2 in the early parts of their doubleheader. Let me check on where they are in that game. Bottom of the 4th inning. Medford defending home field against the defending league champs.
You said that South Medford or North Medford?
So South Medford hasn't started yet. They're playing Grants Pass at 5, and they do have lights at Agnew Lytle Field, so that's why they're playing a bit later. And then, game 1 between Medford and Central Point going the way of Medford, and now they're leading the nightcap too.
We haven't played South Medford yet.
Have not played South Medford yet.
No.
Don't think we play them until after we come back from our road trip next week.
Okay.
Meyer at the plate. First pitch to him was called a strike on the inside part. Ty Teeters swiped second in the meantime. 2 men in scoring position here for Teeters as that pitch, for Meyer as that pitch misses low. Count now is even at a ball and a strike. Top of the second inning, Falcons lead 5-0. Mavericks have added another run against Central Point. 5-2 the score there. Pitch in against Meyer, misses upstairs. Count is 2-1. Meyer today reached on a fielder's choice, came in and scored in the first inning. The pitch is going to be called a strike. Watching that outside pitch get called against Meyer again. Now with 2 strikes on him, though, going to have to protect that part of the plate. Phillips going to try to exploit it here probably with 2 strikes on Meyer. Here comes the offering. Curveball bounced up the middle. Cunningham up with it. The throw on to first is in time, but a productive out for Ian Meyer as he knocks in a run. Harley Hoblet comes in and scores. Ty Teeters advances to third. Meyer gets the RBI on the ground out, and it brings up Corbin Hamilton. First out of the inning, by the way. Corbin 1 for 1 on the ball game. Singled and scored in the first inning. 6-0 our score. The Falcons lead the Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club. Here's the pitch from Chris Phillips. A curveball is going to miss low, 1-0. Phillips, by the way, with a runner at third, nobody else on. He's going to go back to working out of the windup here against Hamilton. Nice curveball that time from Phillips. Looked like a lot of break on that pitch. Counts 1-1. That's what that center field camera is so good for, seeing all the movement on those pitches. Phillips is set. And the pitch. That one's hit the opposite way, foul. And now there's 2 strikes on Corbin. After Hamilton in the orders, Jacoby Nickerson for the Falcons. Hamilton bats .480 this season for Klamath Falls. And the pitch is another off-speed pitch, hit on the ground to the left side. Cunningham up with it. Going to be close, but they get him at first. But another productive out anyway as Teeters comes in and scores. An RBI for Hamilton, and it's 7-0 Falcons in the second inning. So here's Nickerson. Base is empty, 2 outs. Designated hitting for the Falcons in this game. I believe he's hitting in place of the shortstop, Colby Medeiros. Nickerson here, batting from the left side. Phillips steps off. He started working out of the stretch and then realized that he can throw from the windup with the bases empty. Here's the pitch. Nickerson pops one to second base. Alling brings it in, and that'll end the inning. But the Falcons, they score 3 on 3 base hits. Bases left empty, and the Falcons lead 7-0 as we go to the bottom half of the second next on 104.3 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
What are your goals? To get stronger, move better, feel healthier? Whatever you are aiming for, Harbor Isles is here to help you. They have brand new cardio and strength equipment. Harbor Isles offers indoor tennis courts, 4 indoor pickleball courts, energizing group classes, expert personal trainers, and a friendly, knowledgeable staff ready to guide you every step of the way. No matter what your goals are, Harbor Isles has everything you need to reach those goals. Stop by and see the difference for yourself. Harbor Isles, lose those reins and get your gains.
Are you an enthusiastic sports fan? Want to have fun and get in on the action?
Heck yes, that'd be awesome.
Have great attention to detail? Want to stay active?
Definitely.
Want to give back to the student athletes in your community?
Obviously, yes.
Then you'd make an excellent high school sports official. We need more officials in Oregon, because with no high school officials, there are no high school sports. Sign up today at highschoolofficials.com.
Bottom of the second inning on 104.3 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. The Klamath Falls Falcons, a 7-run lead against the Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club. Corbin Hamilton ready for his second inning of work, and he'll go through the middle of the order. Tucker Mabin, Luca Petrone, and Maruk Morris. Hamilton got through the first inning without allowing a base hit, was productive, 2 strikeouts as well. Tucker Mabin, like we said, member of the Cascade Christian Challengers baseball program. His dad, Nate Mabin, in the third base dugout, an assistant coach who is taking care of the grounds here as well and making the field look pretty good as we get ready for a nightcap today. First pitch to Mabin is taken for a ball. Second pitch waved at and missed. Counts even 1-1 to Mabin. We talked about the Cascade Christian Challengers, Southern Oregon Conference League champs this year, made it to the second round of the playoffs. They lost by a single run to the eventual state champions. Here, Mabin sends a ground ball to first. Myers up with it. He makes the play unassisted for the first out.
You know, we were talking earlier about the rules in baseball. One of the old rules used to be that there were no balls, so it just kept going until you swung and missed 3 times.
You're pulling out rules from, like, the 1880s with that one. I think they added balls and strikes seriously before the turn of the century, but I respect the deep pull. You know, they also used to, like, not wear gloves in the field. Can you imagine fielding with bare hands?
Isn't that what they do in cricket?
I don't know. I do know there's a league, I forget exactly where it is, I think it's in the state of New York, where these guys get together and they play like 1880s rules baseball.
It's like a Civil War reenactment.
It is kind of what that, it's like this a similar vibe, but they go out there, they don't wear gloves, they have your own team pitch to you, all these types of things. Pitch in is going to miss outside. Okay, but of all the type of nerd you could be, a baseball nerd is pretty cool.
Of course you'd say that.
Well, yeah, because I'm a baseball nerd. Okay, here's the pitch on the way to Luca Patron. It's going to miss upstairs. Oh, called a strike. 3-1. Can't speak too soon. Patron and then Maruk Morris is due up next for the Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club. Walk delivered there to Patron. It brings up Maruk Morris. The interesting thing about baseball rules, though, is that aside from a couple of things like ABS challenging in the big leagues and the pitch clock, I can't really think of any major rules that have been changed in the last, century of the game. They did move.
Infield shifts.
I guess that's a good one. That's a good one. You can't overshift. I think, since 1965, though, at least, that was when they moved the pitcher's mound back and lowered it a little bit because pitchers were having, mainly Bob Gibson had too much of an advantage, and so they had to change the game for him. But past that, you're right. I guess the infield shift is probably the only thing. Ground ball right side. Teeters is not able to make a play on it. Rounding second, a big turnaround second, but now Patron's going to stay put there. I suppose you could also add the designated hitter rule in there. They made it the same for both leagues, but in terms of how the game is actually played, hasn't been anything. You know, there's not roughing the passer rules like there is in the NFL or, what you are and are not allowed to hand check on a defense in the NBA or things like that. Baseball they pretty much have figured it out, I think.
They figured out baseball.
I think baseball's been figured out. We figured out how to make it fair for everybody. If you were to change something, what would it be? By the way, Brady Dorner at the plate for Phoenix Cascade. First pitch, line drive right field. That's going to drop down in front of Rogers. They're waving in Patron. The throw takes Takini up the line and no way to apply the tag. As a run scores, an RBI single from Brady Dorner, scores Patron, and it moves Morris to third. Staying put at first is Dorner, and the score is 7-1.
I don't know. I could see adding a couple of different rules, but each rule that I would add would take away from it. Maybe having a rotation of only 5 players per playoff series.
Okay. Like five pitchers?
Yeah.
And you only get 5 pitchers the whole series.
The whole series.
Okay, yeah, that's a terrible rule change.
But that would be fun though, because then that would get more hits and more action in the field.
Okay.
But
you probably watch the NBA and just hope the guys make more three-pointers all day long, huh?
No.
You just want them to eliminate defense, run a scrimmage all day long?
No.
That one's fouled right back towards us. Count is 0-1 to Theo Hodgson, the number 8 hitter in the order.
But I do want them to score more in soccer, so.
So eliminate the goalie or what?
Eliminate the defense. Just penalty goals all day.
Okay, yeah, just a shootout?
Yeah.
Hodgson batting here with runners at the corners and 1 out. A 7-1 ball game that the Falcons lead. Pitch on the way from Corbin Hamilton. It's going to miss upstairs. Counts 1-1.
Or you could have the starting pitcher. He has to play in the field for at least 1 inning. That would be a lot of fun.
So before he can fully exit the game, we got to make him play first base or something?
Yeah, that would be fun, wouldn't it?
Okay, I'm very glad that you're not the commissioner of Major League Baseball.
No, that would be fun.
Okay, here's the pitch to Hodgson. Taken for a strike, 1-2. Fun for who?
For the viewer.
Okay.
I want to see a pitcher play field position.
Hodgson getting ready. 2 strikes on him against Hamilton. Takini sets up the signal. And now the pitch on the way. Curveball, checked his swing, but got him looking anyway. Strike 3 called against Hodgson, and it brings up Weston Nelson. Nice curveball that time from Hamilton. I was talking to Corbin's dad at North Jackson the other day, and he was talking about the center field camera that we look at, and he was telling me that he didn't even know that Corbin's curveball broke that much because he couldn't see it from that straight-on view. And, boy, does it break quite a bit. That one's going to miss upstairs.
Just to prove your point, though.
Yeah. Weston Nelson was 0 for 1 in our opener today. Nelson flew out in his only at-bat in the first game. Here's the pitch. It is swung on and missed. Counts even. Ball and a strike to Nelson. Lineup card turns over next with Connor Cunningham on deck. Runner at third is Merrick Morris. Runner at first is Brady Dorner. Had an RBI single earlier this inning. Dorner takes an extra half-step lead as Hamilton comes set. Delivers in an off-speed pitch that Nelson swings over the top of, and there's 2 strikes on the challengers, on the Phoenix Cascade designated hitter. Hamilton, ready to throw. Now the pitch. Looked at for strike 3. Hamilton goes back-to-back Ks to get him out of the second inning and keep the Falcons in front. A score of 7-1 as we go to the top of the third on 104.3 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
At Geno's on East Main Street, we're always ready for sports season.
And now is a perfect time to connect with us.
We're open every morning at 6:30, serving simply good food
for your breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
We offer breakfast burritos and burgers all day, Italian family recipes,
monthly specials, amazing desserts, and of course, your choice of cold or hot beverages.
Call 884-6474 right now to place a food order for pickup or use DoorDash delivery.
Or best of all, come dine in with us.
Geno's on East Main, simply good food.
Check out our full menu and all our activities at ilovegenos.com. Geno's on East Main, simply good food.
Seven to 1 the score. Klamath Falls Falcons lead the Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club. It'll be P.J. Safford, Chase Barrett, and Mason Snell do up this half inning. That's 6, 7, and 8 in the Falcons' order. It's again, they're up by 7. They scored 4 runs in the first, 3 more in the second, and looking for more here in the third. And P.J. gets ready to lead off. Score update from North Medford. The Mavericks leading Central Point 7-2. You know, I was surprised by the outcome of the first one, a 6-1 win for the Mavericks. Maybe I shouldn't be surprised because they seem to be handling business against Central Point today. If you go to mybasin.com/Falcons, by the way, you can see updated league standings at the end of every day of the week, except for Sundays. Every Monday through Saturday, we'll be updating those standings on mybasin.com/Falcons. Safford watches one go wide, the first pitch. Second one lines out to second base. And a good piece of hitting for Safford. Just hit it right at the second baseman, all in for the out. It brings up Chase Barrett.
Yeah, he pulled a Carson Sims there.
Yeah, I mean, we got a couple guys who are hitting at him balls and can't seem to catch a break. I think Sims is probably a worse victim of that. Safford's been hitting the ball well, but regardless, one out here in the third. Here's Chase Barrett. Takes a strike on the outer third. Counts 0-1 against Chase. He had a great at-bat his first time up. And a great result, too, an RBI single as he watches that pitch miss in the dirt. The count is 1-1. Barrett had that last at-bat in the first inning. batting again here in the third.
Foul balls.
I mean, yeah, that might be exaggerating a little bit, but it was a really good at-bat. He might have seen 10 pitches in that at-bat. Here he sends one deep to right center field. That one is going to one-hop, two-hop off the wall, and Barrett's looking for a triple, rounding second, and he is into third standing. A standing triple for Barrett with one out in the third, and it brings up Mason Snell. Big piece of hitting there for Barrett. Launched that one deep into the gap for the three-bagger.
How many times have you seen someone hit a cycle?
I don't know if I've ever seen a cycle in person. I mean, you see it on TV in the bigs a lot.
A lot.
But I mean, not a lot, obviously, but I mean often enough to where it's something you keep track of. Here's the first pitch to Mason Snell. That one misses away. I've been to my fair share of Major League Baseball games, but I don't even think I've seen a cycle hit at that. I mean, you just don't see that many home runs at this level. That's the tough part to get. Bouncer to third. Barrett is going to get about halfway down the line. He then gets looked back by Morris, who makes the right play, throw to first in time, and Snell is the second casualty of the third inning. Barrett, I guess if you're asking, he's only a double and a home run away from the cycle.
Yeah.
Which
is a lot, but
the home run is usually the hardest to get, at least in high school. Typically in the upper levels, the triple is the hardest one to get. But we'll see. I guess, are we on cycle watch for Chase Barrett?
Let him get a double first, and then we'll be on cycle watch.
Okay. Here's Max Rogers settling in now. Rogers batting 200 to start the season here for the Falcons coming into this game. Pitch on the way. Rogers watches that one get called a strike, and the count against him is 1-1.
You know, we were talking about playing small ball, and I think Rogers is one of the players that would be best at it on the team.
He tries to do it pretty often. I mean, he'll even bunt with the bases empty and nobody out. Like, he wants to lead off the inning with a bunt. And I mean, we saw Rogers with that speed with the infield single in the second inning. You're right. He's definitely got the speed to play a bit of small ball. Nice job by Maben to block that pitch in the dirt. Keep Barrett standing at third. Counts 3-1 to Max. Here's the offering. Misses in. Rogers works a walk, and in steps Jacoby Tacchini. Tacchini's reached base both times today, and the one spot has scored 2 runs, although it's not typically Tacchini. And let's hold this thought for a moment as I believe that's Coach Hutchinson up and out of the dugout, which means might see a pitching change, although he hasn't taken the ball yet, so too early to tell. I want to remind you today's broadcast on mybasin.com, brought to you in part by Harbor Isles Tennis and Fitness Club. They exist to provide a clean, multi-use facility for the advancement of health, wellness, and longevity to their members and the community. We invite you to join Harbor Isles, where they feature top-of-the-line equipment, full-service personal training, and an array of group exercise classes. So no pitching change for the Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club yet. And Jacoby Tacchini gets ready to dig in here with runners at the corners and 2 outs. Rogers with good speed at first. We can imagine that Rogers is probably going to be taken off early in the count if he's going to do it. And we'll see if maybe that's what the meeting was about for Phoenix Cascade, to see what happens when Rogers takes off. First pitch called a strike, 0-1.
It looks like Oklahoma beat North Carolina to take a 1-0 lead in the College World Series.
What was the final score there?
Final score, 9-3.
Yeah, last I checked, well, we first got here today, it was, I think, 7-2 when we were listening on the radio. But, yeah, good win there. Pitch. It's going to be a fake move to third. Rogers caught in a run down. Now he's going to second. Now breaking for home is Barrett. The Falcons score their run. Rogers running back to first. They throw him out at first, but the run scores. That's what the Falcons were after. They sacrifice Rogers to score Barrett, and they lead 8-1 as we go to the bottom half of the third inning next on 104.3, 960 Sports, and mybasin.com.
Come on in. Hey, I'm Jason with Elevate Physical Therapy, Fitness, and Performance, and just a little bit about us. So we started in March of 2020, opened right before COVID hit. It's been a wild ride. So one of the things I'm super passionate about is this idea of being guides, or think about like a map and compass. If you think about our job as physical therapists is to take a person who's had an injury and help them kind of go from point A to point B. And everybody's journey is different. It's never a straight line. It's nice to have someone that's been there, that's walked that path before many times. And so we see it as our honor and privilege to be able to walk with patients through those little steps along the way of getting back to doing the things they love. So to get a hold of us at Elevate, you can call our number at 541-887-2030. Check out our website, elevateptfp.com, or check us out on Instagram, shoot us a message.
Getting set for the bottom half of the third inning on 104.3 960 Sports and mybasin.com. Corbin Hamilton still out there throwing for the Falcons as he gets ready to face the top of the Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club order. It's Connor Cunningham, Chris Phillips, and Brody Alney. Good start to the day here for the Falcons. 8-1 the score. They won the opener, a score of 14-1. Unbeaten so far in Area 4 league play. And after today, I believe only two more teams that the Falcons haven't faced yet in Area 4, that being the Grants Pass Nuggets and the South Medford Colts. Cunningham takes strike one on a curveball on the inside part. Offering from Hamilton, another curveball, this time lifted into shallow right center field. Got to be tough for anyone to get to with that sun, and in fact, no one gets to it. And that'll be a leadoff single for Cunningham, bringing up Chris Phillips. Looks like we've got someone warming up out there in the Falcons bullpen. I think that's Hunter Glidden warming up out there. Gonna find out who number 8 is, but first, Chris Phillips getting ready to step in. So that is Hunter Glidden warming up out there in the bullpen. The pitch is going to get away from Tacchini. A wild pitch is going to allow Cunningham to advance. I should rephrase that. That wasn't Jacoby's fault. That was an uncatchable ball. So a wild pitch allows a runner to advance into scoring position. Hamilton set, checks the runner at second. And now motions home. The pitch is a ground ball. Medeiros gloves it in the gap. The throw to first is in time. A nice dig by Meyer to get the runner. But Cunningham advances to third, and it brings up Brody Alney. So we got a meeting on the mound here. Let's see. So I think we are going to have a pitching change here as Hunter Glidden gets ready to come into the game. We will step aside here in just a moment, and when we come back, we will give you a look at Hunter Glidden in an 8-1 ball game here in the bottom of the third inning on 104.3 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coldwell Banker, where home begins.
Okay, guy. All right, bottom of the third inning, and we're back in just a minute as Hunter Glidden gets ready to get things going for the Klamath Falls Falcons. Glidden making his fourth appearance of the season, his third in relief this year. 8 1/3 innings pitched. He's got a 2-0 record. He's allowed 1 hit, 1 run, and he struck out 15. And again, that allowing that run an ERA of 000 so far for Hunter as Corbin exits the game. I don't think he's re-entered into the field at all. I didn't quite catch that, but either way, Glidden taking over here for Corbin Hamilton. All right, Brody Alling getting ready to step in now for Phoenix Cascade against Hunter Glidden. His first task in relief. The pitch misses low. 1-0. Tucker Mabin due up next. Then Luca Patron. There's 1 out in the inning, and a runner at third is Connor Cunningham. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. Count is 1-1. Alling 0 for 1 in the ball game today. He struck out in the first inning. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed again. Glidden goes back to the well on the pitch low and away to the right-hander, and count is 1-2. Modest lead off a third for Cunningham. And the pitch in. Misses outside. Glidden, I think, trying to go outside once more, but Ollie in that time not chasing like he had on the previous 2. The count is even. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Ollie. Glidden set once more, and the pitch. Swung on and missed. Got Ollie on a second strikeout of the day. 2 gone. And it brings in Tucker Mabin. Mabin having to ditch the catcher's gear for just a moment, but looking at him on the day so far, 0 for 1 in this contest. He grounded out to first base in his only time up. In the opener today was 0 for 2. He did reach on an error in the second inning, and he struck out in the fourth. Glidden set on the hill, kicks and delivers. That pitch catches the inside part. 0-1. Nice pitch to get ahead there by Glidden. Facing the lefty, a little bit of a different look, but not afraid to work inside. It counts 0-1. Glidden delivers. Catches the outer third to the lefty. A little two-seam fastball there from Hunter, and he works ahead of the Phoenix Cascade catcher.
Great placement between those 2 pitches.
Yeah, you work inside, you work outside. Now you can go pretty much anywhere you want to in an 0-2 count. Glidden goes outside but misses low, and the count's 1-2. When he can locate his pitches, I've always said it about Hunter, he's as good as anybody. And this season, he's been off to a fantastic start in the summer. Trying to get out of this inning, leaving that runner at third. The pitch, curveball, and a bouncer back to him. And they're going to say it was a foul ball, as I think it bounced off of home plate or maybe just behind it. And so we'll do it again in a 2-strike count. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Tucker Mabin. Glidden set, and the pitch. Chop to third, Safford charging. Fields it cleanly. The throw is going to be not in time. It takes Meyer off the bag. And a run comes in and scores. Cunningham touches home on the error. Mabin reaches, and it brings up Luca Patron. We'll see exactly if they charge that as an error to PJ. Score now 8-2, by the way, as we get a runner in. And up to the plate is Luca Patron. Couldn't quite make out who that courtesy runner is for Phoenix, wearing the number 4. Let's try to find that out for you as Glidden comes set. That is Kinsler Geeg out there at first. So they did charge that an error to Safford at third. So that run comes in as an unearned run. Here's a deep fly ball, left field, moving over is Barrett near the line. He makes the catch. And that will end the inning, but Phoenix Cascade do add a run on the error. And they trail 8-2 as we go to the top half of the 4th inning next on mybasin.com.
Come on in. Hey, I'm Jason with Elevate Physical Therapy, Fitness, and Performance, and just a little bit about us. So we started in March of 2020, opened right before COVID hit. It's been a wild ride. So one of the things I'm super passionate about is this idea of being guides, or think about like a map and compass. If you think about our job as physical therapists is to take a person who's had an injury and help them kind of go from point A to point B. And everybody's journey is different. It's never a straight line. It's nice to have someone that's been there, that's walked that path before many times. And so we see it as our honor and privilege to be able to walk with patients through those little steps along the way of getting back to doing the things they love. So to get a hold of us at Elevate, you can call our number at 541-887-2030. Check out our website, elevateptfp.com. Or check us out on Instagram, shoot us a message.
It is the top of the 4th inning, and the Klamath Falls Falcons are in front of the Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club. A score of 8-2. Josh Eldridge here welcoming you back on 104.3 960 Sports and mybasin.com. For the Klamath Falls Falcons today, they've got their 8 runs on 9 hits, committing 2 errors. And for Phoenix Cascade, they've got 2 runs on 2 hits and no errors. First pitch to Takini, top of the order, is going to be taken for a ball. I think that one was on the inside part there. Count is 1-0. Here's the next pitch to Takini, another curveball. That one brought up some dirt with it. And the count is 2-0. Takini readies for the offering. The 2-0, a grounder to shortstop, and it is misplayed by the shortstop. That would be Cunningham. And it gets through and into left field, and Takini is on with a base hit. And it brings up Ty Teeters. It's going to be an error at shortstop there. And they have Hoblet aboard at first. And in steps Ty Teeters. 2 for 2 today is Ty. And the pitch is going to miss low and away. Count is 1-0 with a runner aboard at first. Error there for the Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club on the play for Takini reaching. Just trying to make sure I've got all the bases covered here as Teeters is followed in the order by Ian Meyer. Pitch on the way, a bouncer, another chance for Cunningham at short. Goes to second for 1, and they get them both. A 6-4-3 double play to atone for the error. And there's quickly 2 outs in the 4th for Ian Meyer. Meyer 0 for 2 in the ball game, although he does have an RBI. He knocked a run in on a ground out in the 2nd inning. Pitch on the way. 2-seam fastball called a strike. And the count is 0-1. Phillips out there working again. The pitch to Meyer is another ground ball, this time towards the left side. First baseman is up with it, but he makes a throwing error to the pitcher trying to cover the bag. Meyer then breaks for second. The throw to get him is not in time. Meyer in safely. So Meyer reaches on the error and then advances on the same error, and it brings up Corbin Hamilton. Oh, so they're going to say Meyer singled and then reached second on the error. So give Meyer a single, and then he will have reached on the error, and it still brings up Corbin Hamilton. No, pardon me, Hunter Glidden batting here in the 4th spot. Opportunity for an RBI here for Hunter Glidden. And the pitch is ripped into left field. Dorner has room, makes the catch, and that will end the inning. The Falcons earn a base hit, but they leave Meyer stranded. It's an 8-2 ball game as we go to the bottom of the 4th on 104.3 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
At Geno's on East Main Street, we're always ready for sports season.
And now is a perfect time to connect with us.
We're open every morning at 6:30, serving simply good food
for your breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
We offer breakfast burritos and burgers all day, Italian family recipes,
monthly specials, amazing desserts, and of course, your choice of cold or hot beverages.
Call 884-6474 right now to place a food order for pickup or use DoorDash delivery.
Or best of all, come dine in with us.
Geno's on East Main, simply good food.
Check out our full menu and all our activities at ilovegenos.com. Geno's on East Main, simply good food.
Josh Eldridge back with you here on 104.3 960 Sports and mybasin.com. The Klamath Falls Falcons lead the Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club, a score of 8-2 due up this half inning. For Phoenix Cascade is 6, 7, and 8 in their order. Baruch Morris, Brady Dorner, and Theo Hodgson as we get set to go in the bottom of this 4th inning. Morris 1 for 1 on the ball game so far today. Singled in the 2nd inning. Pitch on the way from Glidden is going to miss low and away. And the count is 1-0. There we go. Got that center field camera back up and ready to go. The pitch from Glidden is fouled off. Counts even. 1-1. Set on the hill, Glidden delivers again. That one hit to right field. And foul, 1-2. Morris awaits the 1-2. And it is strike 3 called on the curveball inside. Morris goes down looking for the first out in the 4th inning. And that will bring up Brady Dorner. Dorner in the ball game today, 1 for 1. Had an RBI in the 2nd inning of this one. Set is Glidden. And the pitch is called a strike. 0-1. After Dorner, it's Theo Hodgson in the order for Phoenix Cascade. The pitch from Glidden is going to be called a strike. Dorner can't believe it. That pitch nearly hit him, but then broke back into the zone. And the count is, I believe, 0-2. Pitch from Glidden. Curveball fought off. Fouled off. Dorner really thought that, that pitch did look like it was going to hit Dorner, to be fair to him. But then just dropped, broke just enough to creep back across the plate for the strike. 0-2 again from Glidden. Here it comes. That is a check swing on a pitch in the dirt. He did not go around. And the count is 1-2 to Dorner. Set again. Glidden with the pitch. That time, just misses the outside. Glidden's been able to find that location a couple of times for a strike, but not that time. The count's 2-2. Set again is Hunter. And the pitch. That one's going to miss, no question. It's in the dirt, 3-2. And after falling behind 0-2, Dorner's worked himself a good at-bat. Credit to him for not letting that called strike 2 affect him too much. Sometimes guys get in their head about that, but not Dorner, at least not yet. That pitch is going to miss low, and he brought it all the way back to work himself a walk. Nice job there for Brady Dorner, and it brings up Theo Hodgson. So digging in now is Hodgson with a runner on and 1 out. Hodgson struck out his first time up. That was back in the second inning. Glidden back on the hill, and it looks like we're just about set to go. Pitch on the way from Glidden. A curveball checked his swing, did Hodgson, but that dropped in there for a strike. And Glidden works ahead here 0-1 after Hodgson in the order. Looks like it's going to be the reserve player for Phoenix Cascade, which is Kinsler Geig. I believe he's due up next. Pitch missed to Hodgson, counts even, a ball and a strike. And now the offering from Glidden, that's called a strike, 1-2. 1 out in the inning. Runner aboard at first is Brady Dorner. And Glidden working ahead of the right-hander here. Set on the hill is Hunter. And now the pitch. Curveball just misses in. 2-2. Pitch, curveball, misses up and probably a touch in as well. Count is 3-2 to Theo Hodgson. Again, he struck out his first time up, working a good at-bat here against Glidden. Walked the last guy after a full count. Glidden needing to find a strike here, unable to do it. Walking back-to-back guys after the opening strikeout. It brings up number 23. Oh, pardon me, number 4. That would be Kinsler Geig. Batting in the 9 hole, Weston Nelson struck out his only time up in the game. So here's Geig, a chance to try to make something happen in the 9 hole. 2 men on, just 1 man out. The score is 8-2 as we're in the bottom of the 4th inning of game number 2 of a Legion Baseball doubleheader today from Culver Field in Talent, Oregon. It was a 14-1 win for the Falcons in the opener, improving to 7-0 in league play, 8-1 overall on the season, looking to stay with that undefeated mark in league play if they can maintain this 6-run advantage. See what Phoenix Cascade has to say about it. They're knocking on the door of a couple of runs here in the 4th inning against Hunter Glidden. Hunter set. Kicks and fires. That pitch called a strike. Uses the inside fastball to get ahead of Geig. Glidden set again. The pitch. Hit the opposite way on the ground. Teeters goes to Medeiros for 1. They're unable to turn 2. But they do get 1 on the fielder's choice. So Geig reaches on the fielder's choice. Hodgson is out. Advancing to 3rd is Dorner. Runners at the corners for the top of the order and Connor Cunningham. Cunningham is 1 for 2 today. Singled in the 3rd, flew out in the 1st. He has scored so far one of only 2 runs for the Phoenix Cascade Legion baseball team. Lead off of first for Geig. They throw over to him. And with the runner at 3rd, Glidden probably focusing on the hitter, especially with the lead that they've got as well. Pitch from Glidden misses out. Counts 1-0. After Cunningham in the order, it is Chris Phillips. Glidden set. Now he delivers. That one misses outside. Count is 2-0. Another option here for Glidden. That one is hit center field. Moving over is Snell. He makes the catch, and that will do it here in the fourth inning. 8-2 our score. We go to the top half of the fifth next on mybasin.com.
What are your goals? To get stronger, move better, feel healthier? Whatever you're aiming for, Harbor Isles is here to help you. They have brand new cardio and strength equipment. Harbor Isles offers indoor tennis courts, 4 indoor pickleball courts, energizing group classes, expert personal trainers, and a friendly, knowledgeable staff ready to guide you every step of the way. No matter what your goals are, Harbor Isles has everything you need to reach those goals. Stop by and see the difference for yourself. Harbor Isles, lose those reins and get your gains.
Are you an enthusiastic sports fan? Want to have fun and get in on the action?
Heck yes, that'd be awesome.
Have great attention to detail? Want to stay active?
Definitely.
Want to give back to the student athletes in your community?
Obviously, yes.
Then you'd make an excellent high school sports official. We need more officials in Oregon, because with no high school officials, there are no high school sports. Sign up today at highschoolofficials.com.
Top half of the fifth inning, and the Falcons have got 5, 6, and 7 due up in their order. It's Jacoby Nickerson, P.J. Safford, Chase Barrett due up this half as Chris Phillips still working for the Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club. 8-2 our score. Falcons look to close out a road sweep. It's games 3 and 4 today of a 10-game road trip for the Falcons. After today, they've got tomorrow off and hoping to rest up because after that, it's 5 straight days of baseball. Single game against Grants Pass at Grants Pass High School on Monday. On Tuesday, that's their jaunt up the I-5 corridor. They're playing in Philomath, west of Corvallis. They're playing Salem, and they're playing Eugene on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday next week. And then on Friday, still yet another game. As on their return trip home, they make a stop in Roseburg. First pitch to Jacoby Nickerson. That pitch misses upstairs. Count is 1-0. After that game against Roseburg in Roseburg on the 26th, they return home to play Roseburg on the 28th. Here's the pitch on the way. That one is a called strike against Nickerson. The count is even now at a ball and a strike. We'll check in on some other scores around Area 4 here in just a moment as the pitch to Nickerson is going to miss outside. Central Point and North Medford, that game is tied. Central Point scored 5 runs in the top of their 5th inning to pull even 7-7 with the Medford Mavericks. They're in the bottom of the 5th inning there. As Nickerson swings over the top of strike 2, the count is even to the Falcons' designated hitter. Pitch from Phillips, swung on and missed. Nickerson down on strikes to start the 5th. Brings up P.J. Safford. Another score update we've got for you. South Medford taking on Grants Pass today. This is a non-league game. No, this is a league game. They're playing the Nuggets. Doubleheader there. And at the bottom of the 2nd inning, South Medford leads Grants Pass 5-4. Safford sits on a curveball, rips it up the middle, and it's through against Cunningham into center field. And Safford, a one-out base runner here for the Falcons.
You know, Safford, he's a bigger guy, he's a stronger guy, but he's also got some speed.
He's agile.
Little sneaky speed there.
Yeah, I would agree. Hustling down the line there, Safford reaching on what will be ruled a single. Barrett 2 for 2 today, settles in. First pitch swinging, launches one into center field. Patron going back, makes the catch, and there's 2 outs in the inning. Brings up Mason Snell. Snell 0 for 2 today. Struck out and grounded out so far. Bats here with a runner on and 2 gone. Snell struck out in the first, grounded out in the 3rd. Here's the pitch. That one is called a strike. They try to backpick Safford at first, but he's back safely. You know, I've made enough comments about Harley Hoblet and his hood today. Did you take a look at Pete Whistler in the first base coaching box with a full sweater on? How in the heck is he doing that? That pitch is fouled back. It is 82 degrees outside.
You know, I mentioned that my parents like to keep our thermostat pretty warm. You know, older people, they just feel more cold.
Oh, man. I guess. I feel warm all the time. Unless it's about 40 degrees outside. The pitch to Snell misses upstairs. Count is 1-1 to the Falcons center fielder. Snell digs back in. And the pitch is going to have to wait. Another move over to first. Safford would have been caught had the catch been made, but it gets away from the first baseman, and he's actually going to get a free one out of it. Advancing to second on the error. Safford dove back to first base, and I honestly don't even think he made it back to first base. If Alvarez had caught that ball, they had Safford, but it squirted away. And PJ's now in scoring position for Mason Snell. Phillips set. Now the pitch. That one is called a strike above the letters against Mason Snell, and that will end the inning. Falcons get a base hit, but they leave him stranded, and we go to the bottom half of the fifth next on mybasin.com.
When your care feels complicated, you need someone who won't back away. At Heartfelt, they are known for taking on the cases others won't. Complex, high-risk, and deeply personal situations that deserve real attention. They specialize in minimally invasive procedures, helping you heal faster and get back to your life, your family, your work. And they are here for the long term, not just one visit. No referrals needed, just care that truly shows up for you. Visit heartfeltobgyn.com or call 541-205-6890. Heartfelt OBGYN. Expert care when it matters most.
At Pacific Power, we can't predict the future, but we're preparing for every possibility. With more extreme weather year-round, we're investing in an energy system ready for what comes next. By strengthening the grid, using smart infrastructure, and drawing from our diverse energy resources, we're not just powering today. We're designing an energy system that's built to weather tomorrow. Energy that makes powering your greatness possible.
Chris Phillips, Brody Alling, and Tucker Mabin do up this half inning for the Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club. They go up against Hunter Glidden, still out there working for the Falcons as they lead Phoenix Cascade a score of 8-2. It's been a good day here on the road for the Falcons after winning the opener, hoping to shore up a win here tonight. We'll see if Phoenix Cascade's starting pitcher has anything to say about it, see if he can help himself out here. So far, though, 0 for 2. He has struck out and grounded out to this point in the ballgame. Phoenix was able to secure a third-place finish this year in the Skyline Conference. That's where Chris Phillips graduated from in 2026, swinging a miss on his first pitch, 0-1. Phoenix finished 5-7 in the league, but their 15-11 overall mark got them the 11th state ranking, which was good enough to earn an at-large bid to the postseason this year. As Glidden delivers to Phillips, that pitch misses low and away. Count is even. Of course, Henley, for which Hunter Glidden is from, won the Skyline Conference Championship for the third straight season. Pitch in is going to miss low and away. Phoenix, for their trip in the postseason, won their opening game against Gladstone 12-7, but they lost in the quarterfinal round to Marist Catholic 12-1. Pitch is fouled off. And I suppose if you're going to make the playoffs, if you're going to get beat by anybody, you might as well let it be the state champions. Marist, of course, won the 4A state championship this year against Tillamook. Pitch in to Phillips is swung on and missed, and that'll send him packing for the first out in the fifth.
You know, Hunter Glidden has kind of a unique arm slot. he likes to fully extend back and then whip it around. It kind of reminds me of a trebuchet.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. He does like to really kind of reach the ball back behind him before delivering home. And he also gets a long leg stride in there, too. Pitch from Glidden up and in to all in, but it swung on and missed. Counts 0-1.
I guess using centrifugal force, the wider you are out, the faster it'll be going compared to the inner circle. You know what I'm saying? If you have two things going in a circle, the one on the outside is going to be going faster than the one on the inside, like a record.
Sure. No, I understand where you're going with this. And I think you're right. I mean, you reach back a little bit more, you just bring more force at it. The other thing that he does well is he does it for all of his pitches. It's not like he just reaches back for the fastball to try to find some extra velocity. He keeps that arm angle for his breaking stuff, too. Pitch is the curveball. It misses low, and the count is 2-2 to Allen, who's 0 for 2 today with a couple of strikeouts. On deck is Tucker Maben. Glidden with the delivery. Swung on and missed. Back-to-back Ks to start the inning for Glidden, and it brings up Maben.
Not a bad way to start.
And good recovery this time for Glidden after surrendering a couple of walks in the fourth. Come right after these guys with the punch-out stuff as Maben gets ready to step in. Left-handed batter for the Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club. Maben, though, today is 0 for 2, although he has reached base once when he reached on an error in the third inning. Otherwise, he grounded out to first. First pitch on the way from Glidden. Nearly hit him. 1-0. Glidden set once more, working predominantly out of the stretch. No windup for Glidden. He misses outside that time. 2-0. After Maben in the Phoenix Cascade order, it's Luca Patron. Delivery from Glidden, hit the opposite way and into left field. A two-out single for Tucker Maben extends the inning, and it brings up Luca Patron. We got timeout on the field. I believe we're going to have a runner come in for Maben. That looks like Weston Nelson. And so Nelson aboard, and Patron still at the plate. No one warming out there for the Falcons. Going to let Glidden continue to work out there. Like I said, he's pitched well here in the fifth. Back-to-back strikeouts before allowing that two-out single for Maben. And opposite field hitting for Maben, too. Not the easiest base hit to get. As here's Luca Patron. Glidden delivers the first pitch. It's a curveball. That one's hit to left field. Barrett makes the catch. And that'll end the inning. One base hit for Phoenix Cascade in the fifth, but they leave him stranded. And they trail the Falcons 8-2 as we go to the top half of the sixth inning on 104.3 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Rob, why do you think so many families choose Subaru here?
Because they're built for real life here in Southern Oregon.
All-wheel drive, safety, and room for everything from kids to camping gear.
And we've got Subarus in stock, ready to go when you are.
Plus, we're locally owned and deeply involved in the community.
When you buy from us, you buy from a dealership that supports Klamath Falls. Stop by and say hi.
Friendly, local, and easy to work with. That's us at Klamath Falls Subaru, right on Washburn Way.
New pitcher into the game for the Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club. It's Connor Cunningham, the right-hander from Phoenix High School. He'll take over for Chris Phillips. By the way, Phillips stays in the game. He'll just go ahead and swap with Cunningham, who was at shortstop. So easy changes to keep track of there. We can also give you the final line score for Chris Phillips today, the starting pitcher for Phoenix Cascade, who would be on the hook for the loss should this lead for the Falcons hold. Phillips pitched 5 innings, gave up 11 hits, 8 runs. They were all earned, and he struck out 4 batters. All right. Due up this half for the Falcons, 9-1-2 in the order. That's Max Rogers, Jacoby Tacchini, and Ty Teeters. Cunningham, like we said, member of the Phoenix Pirates, was a part of that team that made it to the state quarterfinals this year. As Rogers gets ready to step in against him. Rogers, for his part, a member of the Mazama Vikings. They were in the playoff race throughout most of the season, but were just edged out by the Pirates on their bid for a playoff run.
Who made it in the Skyline Conference?
There's Henley, Hidden Valley, and Phoenix. So Hidden Valley finished runner-up. Henley and Hidden Valley got the 2 auto bids, and Phoenix finished 11th ranked in the state, so they got an at-large bid. As that pitch to Rogers misses down. Rogers has reached base both times today, once on a single in the second inning. He scored. He also walked in the third. Cunningham out of the windup. That pitch misses up. 2-0 the count to Max Rogers. And again, Jacoby Tacchini waits on deck. Pitch to Rogers. Misses up. Count is 3-0 to Max. Rogers was a varsity player for 3 seasons at Mazama, just wrapped up his junior season. Pitch to Rogers is going to be called a strike, 3-1. A lot of experience under his belt. Like I said, as he started as a freshman, the team was kind of down. They've made a little bit of a resurgence in his 3 years, and hoping for his sake that they can cap it off with a successful one next year. Their head coach, Mike Edwards, has done a good job turning that program around over there at Mazama. Rogers awaits the pitch. He's going to foul that one off. That one nearly hit him, but he checked his swing and wound up making contact with it. A little bit of frustration on his end there, probably warranted, but you got to have a short memory up there in the box as Rogers digs back in. I think Mabin might have been worse for wear with some dirt in the face after that one. Might need some water. All right, let's get him some water out there. Wash off his face, put some water in his eyes. And as they do, we'll remind you today's broadcast brought to you in part by Sage Credit Union. They know that picking the right path can make the journey easier, the distance shorter, and can assure that you end up at the right place. Whether you're dreaming of owning a home or you just want a great checking account, Sage Credit Union can help you reach your goals. All right, looks like Tucker Mabin ready to go. And Rogers ready to step back in. Here's the pitch from Connor Cunningham. Rogers watches it for strike 3 called. And he'll go down as the first out in the 6th inning. Back to the top of the Falcons order. Here's Jacoby Tacchini. Tacchini's reached on an error twice today. He's also singled. That single came in the second inning and added an RBI for the Falcons. Trying to do his best to get on base here, see if he can't get something going for Klamath Falls, who hasn't scored since the 3rd inning. Pitch to Tacchini, a hanging breaking ball, drops in for a strike, 0-1. Cunningham gets the signal from Mabin, now the delivery. That one misses low and probably outside two to Tacchini. Counts even at 1. After Jacoby in the order, it's Ty Teeters. Here's the pitch on the way from Cunningham. That one misses low as well. 2-1 the count to Jacoby Tacchini. Has started every game as the catcher. Even these double headers, you'll often see sometimes teams pick different catchers for either leg of a double header as that one is popped foul. Tacchini loves that Iron Man attitude. Loves to catch. Does so at a high level. Walter, we talked about it on the drive over here. It's hard to find someone who matches him, not only in this league, but I think you could make the case for all of 4A in Oregon. Pitch on the way from Cunningham from the windup. Steps, kicks, delivers. Takini watches that one squirt away. And the count is 3-1. Putting up a good battle here is Takini. Cunningham with the pitch. Misses away. The walk is delivered to Jacoby. And Hoblet will come out and walk, or come out and run, I suppose, after the walk, and it brings up Ty Teeters. Fourth time today, Takini has reached base. Not mad at that at all. Teeters stepping in. Coach Joe Takini now in the third base box. We'll see if anything's going on for Harley over there at first. Middle infield ready for a double play ball if Teeters hits one on the ground. The pitch on the move is Hoblet. The pitch called a strike. The throw down. Got him. And Hoblet is out. And there's 2 gone in the inning. Again, that pitch called a strike to Teeters. Count is 0-1. And there's 2 outs in the inning. Pitch to Ty. That one nearly hit him. Gets away from the catcher. Rolls to the backstop. And the count is a ball and a strike. Ian Meyer due up next. Pitch to Ty is flown to right field. Hodgson going back. That's over his head and to the wall. Teeters is going to turn second, head for third. The throw is going to be in time and got Teeters by quite a bit. Was kind of surprised they sent him there. Takini having a laugh about it at third. Regardless, give Teeters a double, and he was out trying to stretch that double into a triple. 3 up, 3 down, and the Falcons will head to the bottom of the 6th with an 8-2 lead on 104.3 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
The Klamath Basin is beautiful, from shimmering Klamath Lake to rich farmlands to the historic downtown. And with an average of over 300 days of sunshine every year, the Klamath Basin is a great place to be. We here at Basin Media Active have been supporting this community for many years, keeping it entertained and informed with friendly faces and familiar voices. You can stay up to date with the latest news, weather, stream live local sports, and check out our community calendar, all on our website, mybasin.com. And you can download our app for free in your app store right now. Basin Media Active, local, community, engaged.
6, 7, 8 due up this half inning for the Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club against Hunter Glidden, still out there working for the Klamath Falls Falcons. They carry an 8-2 advantage in the bottom of the 6th inning. Maruk Morris, Brady Dorner, and Theo Hodgson. Hunter Glidden got into a little bit of hot water in the 4th inning, but since then has been efficient. Got out of the 4th and through the 5th without much trouble, hoping for more of the same here in the 6th.
He still has no earned runs, correct?
That would be correct, yeah. No earned runs allowed against him on the season. We'll see if he stays that way after the announcer has brought it up. See if we...
Don't put this on me, man.
I'm not, I won't.
Put this on me.
I won't. Not yet. Not yet, anyway. The pitch from Glidden. Nice breaking pitch. Dropped in for a strike. Morris can't believe it. But that pitch looked like it probably caught the inside part, if not a little bit high. Morris going to have to dig back in here with 2 strikes on him. Glidden trying to set him down. Here it comes. Grounder to the third base side. Foul. They're giving Coach a little bit of trouble for not being able to make the play in the third base coaching box.
He didn't even have a glove on.
Nah, you got to. For how much coach probably rides them for making errors at practice.
Yeah, it's their one opportunity.
Strike three looking, knee-high fastball, and Morris goes down on strikes for the second time today, and it brings up Brady Dorner. Any chance to give the coach trouble, you got to take.
Well, that's like me with you. I give you trouble anytime I can.
Yeah, I guess so. When you called me old earlier, that really hurt my heart, Walter Hartley.
Really ruffled your feathers?
Yeah. Consider my feathers ruffled.
You went from gruntled to disgruntled.
Man, consider my timbers shivered.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Dorner takes a pitch low, 1-0 the count to him. He's 1 for 1 today with an RBI hit. Pitch to Dorner is a bouncer towards the right side. Teeters lays out for it, but he can only knock it down, unable to make the play cleanly. Despite a quality effort by Ty Teeters out there at second, it'll be an infield single for Dorner. 2 for 2 today for Brady, and it brings up Theo Hodgson. So with Dorner aboard, we'll see if Phoenix Cascade gets aggressive on the base paths or if they decide to play more conservative down 6. They don't need to get them all back yet, but if you can bring yourself within 3 heading into the bottom of the 7th, you feel confident to try to maybe knock off the Falcons for the first time this season. So that pitch misses low. I suppose first time this season in league play. The Falcons do have one loss. It was to a AAA ball club last week in Redmond, but have yet to lose to a team in their league yet. Glidden set. And the delivery to Hodgson is going to miss low and away. Count is 2-0. Modest lead off of first for Dorner. Almost assuredly nothing cooking over there. The pitch in, called a strike. Knee high over the heart of the plate, and it's 2-1 to Hodgson with Geeg on deck.
That might have also been a case of a good framing job from Zucchini.
He's certainly known to steal a couple for his pitchers. A chopper to short. Medeiros on to Teeters for 1. On to first and safe at first as Hodgson reaches on the fielder's choice. They get Dorner. He's out. And it brings up Geeg.
Well, they got the lead runner.
Yeah, good choice there by Medeiros to go to Teeters at second. Quality play leads to an out. A little bit more of a lead for Hodgson off of first. Pitch in, called a strike. Good fastball from Glidden to get ahead of Geeg. The count is 0-1.
Right down the middle. That was juicy.
Glidden set again. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. Another good heater there from Glidden. That one a little bit up in the zone, but still over the heart of the plate. Now using the fastball up to get ahead 0-2. Glidden has options. The offering. Swung on and missed. 3 straight fastballs. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night. Geeg strikes out to end the inning. And we go to the top half of the 7th next on 104.3, 960 Sports, and mybasin.com.
Come on in. Hey, I'm Jason with Elevate Physical Therapy, Fitness, and Performance, and just a little bit about us. So we started in March of 2020, opened right before COVID hit. It's been a wild ride. So one of the things I'm super passionate about is this idea of being guides or think about like a map and compass. If you think about our job as physical therapists is to take a person who's had an injury and help them kind of go from point A to point B. And everybody's journey is different. It's never a straight line. It's nice to have someone that's been there, that's walked that path before many times. And so we see it as our honor and privilege to be able to walk with patients through those little steps along the way of getting back to doing the things they love. So to get a hold of us at Elevate, you can call our number at 541-887-2030. Check out our website, elevateptfp.com. Or check us out on Instagram, shoot us a message.
Brody Alling on the bump now for the Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club, as Connor Cunningham has replaced him at second. Alling's task will be to try to keep the game right where it is. Looking at my book and almost caught a fastball to the shins if there wasn't a chain link fence.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Nobody on, no damage done.
Yeah, I guess so. Warm-ups. What'd you say about warm-ups? Keep it to the warm-ups. What was it yesterday?
Yeah, as long as it stays within the warm-ups, we're all good.
Yeah, so it didn't matter. I shouldn't have even brought it up. Myers leading up. Coming up to start the top of the 7th inning. Meyer, Glidden, and Nickerson do up this half inning for the Klamath Falls Falcons against Brody Alling. By the way, give you the final line score for Connor Cunningham for Phoenix Cascade here in just a moment. 1 innings pitched. 1 hit, 1 walk, 1 strikeout. No runs in the 6th inning in which Cunningham pitched, and he only threw 15 pitches. Ian Meyer leading things off. First pitch to him, misses in, 1-0. So far today, Meyer has reached base twice, once on a fielder's choice in the first. He scored that trip around the bases. He also singled in the 4th. Here's the pitch to Meyer. That one came in and hit him, and he'll take base again. And now it's Hunter Glidden. Home plate umpire is going to retrieve that baseball. I thought that was the duty of the on-deck batter, but Glidden just walked right into the batter's box. I suppose we can excuse it. Glidden doesn't get very many at-bats. Maybe he doesn't know the etiquette of the on-deck batter, but that's okay. We'll let it slide this time.
Seems you'd learn it through the years.
I think it's muscle memory for most guys, but like I said, he just doesn't get a chance to hit very much. But like to see him hit today. So far, 0 for 1. Checks his swing on a pitch upstairs. It misses up, 1-0. Glidden, his only other at-bat today, flew out to left field. Leading off of first is Ian Meyer. Glidden in the box. And the pitch. Swung on and missed. A good fastball that time from Alling. Glidden just underneath it. And the count is 1-1. After Glidden in the order is Jacoby Nickerson. Set on the hill. And Alling delivers. That one missed up and in against Glidden. Had to bend out of the way of that one. 2-1. Glidden stands tall in the right-handed batter's box. And the pitch is going to miss low. Glidden working ahead here, 3-1. Good at bat here from Glidden. Seen a couple pitches. Timed up the one pitch he swung at well. Going to be looking for another fastball in the zone here. And the pitch is ripped foul down the left side. Counts full to Glidden. Allen back on the rubber, looks in. Gets the sign here from Maben. Maben sets the target, awaits the pitch. That one is going to miss in. And a walk delivered to Hunter Glidden. Moves Meyer as well to second. And in steps Jacoby Nickerson.
2 walks in a row.
Well, 1 hit by pitch.
Okay.
But still, I mean, a free pass nonetheless. You are right. Want to limit those on the mound for Alling, but opportunity to try to turn a double play unless they have Nickerson lay down a bunt here, which they may, and he shows bunt. He pulls back in time, and it misses off the plate away. 1-0. Nickerson blasted a 2 RBI double in the first inning. He would come in and score that inning. Otherwise, he's flown out and struck out today. Move over to second. Meyer breaks for third. Now he's going to head back to second. The throw is not going to get him. They just run him back. And so they had tried with Morris to tag him out, but he dropped the ball, and then there was no chance to get him. Meyer really gifted that one a second opportunity at life in scoring position. All right. Switching out some game balls, it seems. Okay. Nickerson in a 2-0 count. Still runners at first and second. And Nickerson awaits the pitch. Holland checks the runner at second. And now motions home. Nickerson lays one down to the pitcher. He's up with it. He's going to throw to first for the out. But both men advance in the meantime. Nickerson does his job. Meyer to third. Glidden to second. And it brings up P.J. Safford.
I don't understand why you wouldn't want to just like swing through it and make contact with it.
How do you mean?
Well, you lay down a bunt, right?
Right.
But wouldn't a ground ball be the same, if not better?
You're a lot more guaranteed to make contact with the ball on a bunt because you can pretty much just steer the bat to the baseball rather than a full swing.
Sure, but if you get 2 strikes, then you can lay down a bunt. You know
Well, 2 strikes, you lay down a bunt, it goes foul, you're out. That's why you don't see anyone bunt with 2 strikes.
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
I did not know that.
That's all right.
You lay down a bunt foul with 2 strikes.
And it's strike 3.
And it's strike 3.
Yep.
What?
Safford in the right-handed batter's box. RBI opportunity here. That one is going to find the inside part of the plate to Safford. And the count is 1-1. I think that was the first time Safford got one called off the plate on the inside for him today. A little bit surprised about that. But again, the umpire's been consistent with that inside-outside call today. It's been there all afternoon. That time the pitch to Safford misses low. And the count is 2-1. Like I said, if you're going to give a couple inches or an inch or so off the plate to either side, doesn't bother me as long as you're consistent. And I can say that much about our home plate umpire today. He's been consistently giving the pitchers that extra inch inside or outside today. Pitch to Safford, hit into the air, right center field. That one is caught in center field by Patron. But tagging from third to score is Meyer, and from second to third is Glidden. And a sacrifice fly and an RBI for P.J. Safford. And that's why you lay down the bunt right there. Get a guy over to third and hope that Safford has a productive out. And it brings up Chase Barrett. Barrett 2 for 3 today. RBI single in the first inning. He tripled and scored in the third. So he watches one miss outside there. The count's 1-0. Barrett hit one hard but wound up flying out to center field in his third at-bat back in the 5th inning. Batting here in the top of the 7th with a man at third and 2 outs. Barrett watches that bender drop in for a strike, and the count is even. After Barrett in the order is Mason Snell, hoping for an opportunity if Barrett can find a way aboard. Holland set, kicks, and delivers. Barrett chases a pitch upstairs, 2 strikes on him. Chase digging back in. Choking up a bit with 2 strikes on him. And Holland comes set. Kicks, delivers. Curveball misses up off the glove of the catcher. Breaking for home is Glidden. And he will score. Pardon me, that was not Glidden around the base paths. That was Trustin Thomas. Was brought in as a courtesy runner, and I must have missed it. Apologies there to Trustin Thomas. He does get the run scored in the book, and Barrett now in a 2-2 count. It is 10-2 Falcons here in the top half of the 7th inning. Falcons continue their streak of scoring at least 10 runs in every league game this season. Here's the pitch. That one called a strike against Barrett. Strike 3 looking, and that will end the 7th inning. But the Falcons score a pair, and they lead 10-2 as we go to the last of the 7th next on 104.3 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Over the last year, you've heard and seen the advertisement for God's Gifts 2, a local photographer who travels to high school sporting events and takes individual and team action photos at a great price. Something you may not know, though, is that the money from God's Gifts Photography supports 6 children in Kenya who Annalisa has met on mission trips. If you'd like to capture your athlete in action and help support these kids, call 541-281-2206. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook.
Looking for insurance from someone who truly understands rural Klamath? Meet Gabby Haskins, a licensed agent for Country Financial, born and raised in Merrill, with deep roots in agriculture and the local way of life. Whether you're protecting your family farm, homes, vehicles, businesses, Gabby's here to help. She offers trusted, personalized insurance for farm, life, home, auto, commercial, and retirement needs at Gary Sheen's Country Financial office in Merrill. Stop by today and see why Merrill residents trust one of their own. Country Financial, here to help you experience more in Merrill.
Bottom of the 7th inning. Last chance for Phoenix Cascade in this area doubleheader. They trail 10-2 against the Klamath Falls Falcons. P.J. Safford getting ready to close things out as he has been the guy who takes the ball last in, I think, almost every area doubleheader this season. I like him in this role. He's going to be limiting his innings pitched, but he's efficient, and he works quickly, and he's going to have to go through the top of the order. Connor Cunningham, Chris Phillips, Brody Allen. Cunningham, who started the game at shortstop, took over and pitched an inning, getting ready to step in now. He's 1 for 3 today. He singled in the 3rd inning and scored in that inning. Safford, here's the pitch. Curveball dropped in for a strike, and the count's 0-1. Might have been the slider from Safford. Sometimes hard to tell at first because he's just got so much downward movement, even on his slider. Pitch that time bounces. 1-1. Center field camera helps you tell a little bit which pitch it is as Safford delivers the 1-1. That one's lifted into the air, center field. Snell racing in. He's going to be called off by Ty Teeters, who backpedals and makes the catch. And there's one out in the inning.
A lot of leg movement on Safford's pitches.
Yeah, kicks it out when he goes for that stride. I think it helps him get a little bit of a longer stride. Safford might not be the tallest guy, but he knows how to really push off the rubber, get a long leg stride in, and fire in a good fastball and mix in his breaking stuff well as well. Chris Phillips steps in now. He's 0 for 3 today. Pitch to Phillips is, just going to miss outside. Counts 1-0. Phillips having a bit of a chuckle about that, but here we go. The pitch. Another curveball. Called a strike. Safford uses that one to run things even.
Do you see a lot of makeup calls at this in this sport? Because in basketball, you'll see, like, if the ref gets something wrong, he'll, like, the next one, he'll try to give to the team, you know?
Yeah, I think, yes, but I don't like to accuse anyone of anything, you know?
I'm not accusing anyone of anything.
Okay, so the answer to your question is unequivocally, yeah. I mean, I feel like officials in every sport do that, right? I mean, it's kind of hard to make up a missed call in football, I suppose. But in basketball and baseball, it's pretty easy to just give one to the other guys.
There's a lot more calls in this sport.
Safford got Phillips looking on the curveball outside. Phillips got the hat trick today, 3 strikeouts, and it brings up Brody Allen.
Ooh, not the hat trick you go for.
Well, Allen's staring down the barrel of the golden sombrero, 4 strikeouts. He's already struck out 3 times today.
That's the golden sombrero?
That's what they call it. Don't ask me why. That's
Actually?
just what it's called. Ground ball to short. This could do it. Medeiros is going to short hop the throw to first, and it gets away from Hamilton. So probably going to give Allen a single there. So I think he was going to beat the throw anyway. But it brings up Tucker Maben.
Shout out to Jacoby Dakini for backing up that throw. He was right there.
Yeah, that's
Didn't allow an extra base.
Good catcher does. Smart player. Like we've said it before, high IQ is Jacoby Dakini. That's what they teach you to do. Not every catcher does it, but he did a good job of it there.
I think it's easy to get lazy, especially when you're working so hard for every pitch.
It's one thing I'll give credit to Jacoby for. He is never, ever lazy behind the plate. Doesn't matter if we're up 1 run or up 8 runs like they are today. A pitch in the dirt, Dakini's dropping to block it. He is going to throw out a base runner. He's going to pick you off behind first base, whatever it might be. By the way, Maben was hit with that pitch on a curveball that bounced and then hit his ankle. And I think Safford pulled that one down a little bit. So Allen moves up to second. Maben aboard at first, and here's Luca Patron. Patron getting ready to dig in now. He's 0 for 2 today with a walk. He did walk and score in the second inning. Otherwise, he's flown out to left field twice. Safford set on the hill. Now the pitch. Curveball, another one to the left side, this time through and into left field. They are going to hold the runner at third, and the bases are loaded for Maruk Morris.
Yeah, wise decision to hold the runner.
Yeah, Barrett running in, and Barrett's got a sneaky strong arm in left field, too. He doesn't get a chance to show it off too often, but he's got a sneaky strong arm out there. So here we go, Maruk Morris, the former Klamath Union Pelican, going up against the former Klamath Union Pelican here. It's Morris 1 for 3 today. Siri thought that was interesting. Pitch in, called a ball, misses low, 1-0.
Well, I sure did.
Brady Dorner due up next if the Maruk Morris finds a way aboard here. Safford falls behind of him 1-0. Now working out of the windup, PJ delivers. That one called a strike on the outer third. Count is even, 1-1.
When PJ is pitching, you can hear the snap of the glove.
A lot of velocity.
Yeah.
Don't know what they've clocked him at, but I think it's high 80s on the fastball, low mid 80s, 85, 86, 87, somewhere in there.
Wow.
Pitch from Safford, curveball, waved at, missed. 2 strikes on Morris, and the Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club down to their final strike of the day. Bases juiced. Morris chokes up. The pitch from Safford is going to miss low. Gets away from Takini for just a moment, but not long enough for Allen to break for home. Bases stay loaded, and it's a 2-2 count. Morris digging back in. Safford gets the sign from Takini. He comes set, kicks and delivers, and misses just beneath the zone, maybe a touch outside, and the count's full. Going to be a lot of movement in the infield here. Everyone's going to be on the move. 3-2, bases loaded. Maruk Morris, chance to extend the game. The pitch, line drive to first. It is misplayed by Hamilton at first. He's unable to recover, and a run scores on the hit. It is now 10-3. And Phoenix Cascade not going away easy.
Again, 3 hip-hip hoorays from Phoenix Cascade.
What hurts the feelings more, hip-hip hoorays at a run scored or the jingle that we play at home whenever the Falcons score a run?
I think the only thing about the jingle that we play at home is that it happens so often that it just gets on teams' nerves.
Line drive to short, gloved by Medeiros, and that's the end of the ball game. Dorner lines out, and the Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club leave the bases loaded, and they fall in this one, a score of 10-3. We'll be back in 2 minutes' time to recap this one for you on 104.3, 960 Sports, and mybasin.com.
Over the last year, you've heard and seen the advertisement for God's Gifts 2, a local photographer who travels to high school sporting events and takes individual and team action photos at a great price. Something you may not know, though, is that the money from God's Gifts Photography supports 6 children in Kenya who Annalisa has met on mission trips. If you'd like to capture your athlete in action and help support these kids, call 541-281-2206. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook.
At Geno's on East Main Street, we're always ready for sports season.
And now is a perfect time to connect with us.
We're open every morning at 6:30, serving simply good food
for your breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
We offer breakfast burritos and burgers all day, Italian family recipes,
monthly specials, amazing desserts, and of course, your choice of cold or hot beverages.
Call 884-6474 right now to place a food order for pickup or use DoorDash delivery.
Or best of all, come dine in with us.
Geno's on East Main, simply good food.
Check out our full menu and all our activities at ilovegenos.com. Geno's on East Main, simply good food.
Looking for insurance from someone who truly understands rural Klamath? Meet Gabby Haskins, a licensed agent for Country Financial, born and raised in Merrill with deep roots in agriculture and the local way of life. Whether you're protecting your family farm, homes, vehicles, businesses, Gabby's here to help. She offers trusted, personalized insurance for farm, life, home, auto, commercial, and retirement needs at Gary Sheen's Country Financial office in Merrill. Stop by today and see why Merrill residents trust one of their own. Country Financial, here to help you experience more in Merrill.
Josh Eldridge back with you here on 104.3 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. The Klamath Falls Falcons securing a doubleheader sweep of the Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club today. In the nightcap, a 10-3 win, 10 runs on 12 hits, 2 errors for the Falcons, 3 runs on 8 hits, and 3 errors for Phoenix Cascade. We've got our Abby's Legendary Pizza Player of the Game with us here, Henley Senior graduate Ian Meyer. Ian, first off, just your reactions after this win today.
It feels good. Feels good to come out and play. Get two on the board.
You've been off to a really hot start this season, not only today, but I mean, really, it kind of started at the end of the high school season. You've just been able to carry it throughout this summer. What's been your approach, man? Because it's been working for you.
Man, I've just been trying to see ball, hit ball. That's my approach. I feel like I really got nothing to lose up there, so that's been my approach.
A couple of wins today. You got a pitch in the night or the first game today. How did it feel to get back out there on the hill?
It felt good. I pitched a little bit during the 4A All-Star Series, and I just got to throw strikes, and that's why they put me out there.
I wanted to ask you about that. Congratulations on that All-Star game, by the way. Just talk about that experience. What was it like going up there and being able to play with those guys and represent Southern Oregon?
Yeah, it felt really good. Like, they're the best players in the state of Oregon in the 4A level, so it felt good to have some good competition up there. It was really fun meeting like half the guys that we play against, so it was good.
You are a member of this team this year that's got a lot more than just Henley guys on this team. We've talked a lot about on the broadcast, Mazama, Klamath, Union, Modoc. What's it like being able to get to know some of these other guys around the basin?
It feels good because we tend to not like each other when we're playing against them, so it feels good when they're on our team and we get to meet one another and become good teammates.
Long road trip coming up. What's your plan? What do you guys got going on?
Have fun up there, play some baseball, win. That's all we want to do.
All right, Ian, we'll see you in Grants Pass on Monday. Congratulations. Go clean up and drive home safe.
Thank you.
Ian Meyer, our Abby's Legendary Pizza Player of the Game, joining us on the post-game show on 104.3 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. 14-1, the winning opener. 10-3, the win in the nightcap tonight. The Klamath Falls Falcons on the season improve to 9-1, 8-0 in conference play. The Phoenix Cascade Legion Baseball Club falls to 1-5 in both league and overall play this season. Next time out for the Klamath Falls Falcons is Monday on the road at Grants Pass High School. We'll be with you 5 o'clock from the Climate City of Grants Pass. And then the road trip continues after that to Philomath, Eugene, Salem, Roseburg, and then back home. Finally, our next home game is June 28th, a week from tomorrow, back home at Kiger Stadium. We hope to see you Monday, though, if you make the trip over to Grants Pass. It's a lovely facility. But, of course, if you can't, we'll be live with you here on this broadcast, 104.3 and 960 Sports. Otherwise, this about does it for us today. Want to thank everybody involved with making today's broadcast possible. Both head coaches, Sean Teeters and Bill Hutchinson. Our official scorer today, Mr. Mike Safford. And thanks to you for joining us for another edition of Klamath Falls Falcons Baseball. A couple of wins in league play today for the Falcons, 14-1 and 10-3. For my broadcast partner, Walter Hartley, my name is Josh Eldridge. Have a great rest of your Saturday afternoon. So long and good night from Culver Fields in Talent, Oregon.